Good morning, everyone. Kalimera. Welcome to ELA Annual Conference on undeclared work. It's a real pleasure to welcome you all here today in Larnaca and to see so many participants with us in person and also online. Before we begin, let me share some practical points. We have interpretation available from and into French, Italian, Portuguese, Polish, Spanish, and Greek. The channels are as follows. Number 1, English. 2, Portugal. 3, Polish. 4, Italian. 5, Spanish. 6, French. And number 7, Greek. And now to officially open our program, please join me welcoming the ELA Executive Director, Cosmin Poyanju.
Okay, now it's working. So, good morning, Minister, Deputy Ministers, distinguished colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real pleasure to welcome you to the ELA conference on declared work here in Larnaca and across Europe online. Let me begin by thanking Cyprus for hosting us. Cyprus has shown a strong commitment for fair labor mobility, declared work, social security, and social protection. To give just one example, Cyprus is particularly active in cross border enforcement, having already participated in 34 concerted and joint inspections facilitated by ELA. We meet at a very important moment. This year, we mark the 10th anniversary of the European Platform for Tackling Undeclared Work. Originally, we had planned to gather earlier this year, but the event was moved to May due to security reasons. While the delay was unplanned, it has had one advantage. It pushed us to focus less on marking a date and more on the substance of the cooperation we are here to celebrate and discuss. When we talk about undeclared or underdeclared work, we are talking about real situations and real people, about workers who finish a full day of effort but whose hours are not fully declared, about people who may be registered on paper but are still left without full protection, about workers doing the same job as others but under very different and often unfair conditions. It's also about businesses that play by the rules and still lose out to unfair competition. So this is not a technical matter, it is a question of fairness, dignity, and trust. Because when work is not properly declared, wages suffer, safety is compromised, and social security weakened. Ultimately, confidence in the labor market as a whole starts to erode. This is why member states and the European Commission decided to establish the European Platform Tackling Undeclared Work in 2016. 10 years on, the platform has delivered tangible and meaningful results. And since becoming part of the European Labour Authority, this work has continued seamlessly, building on the strong foundations laid by our colleagues in the European Commission and taking them forward in a reinforced collaboratory setting. The platform is unique as it brings together not only labor inspectorates, but also social security institutions, labor ministries, tax authorities, and social partners. It supports action against undeclared work, both in cross-border and national contexts. But its real strength lies elsewhere. It brings together people who face the same challenges on the ground. And they all share one simple reality. We live in a highly interconnected world. Workers move, companies operate across borders, unfair practices do not stop at national borders. No country can address undeclared work by acting alone. Therefore, cooperation is not an institutional choice, it is a necessity. And the platform provides the European framework where this cooperation happens. This anniversary year is therefore not only about the passage of time, it is about recognizing what has changed. Over 10 years, the platform has helped to create a level of cooperation that simply did not exist before, where authorities work together in practice, share information and experience, and tackle problems collectively. I am glad that these principles were encoded in the platform when it was established, and they are also deeply rooted in ELA's mandate and activities. The anniversary year is shaped by three closely connected lines of work: exchange on policy, operations, and outreach. First, we are here today at the ELA Conference on Declared Work alongside the 20th plenary of the platform. This is the moment to step back and ask what more can be done to make labor mobility fair in practice and to collectively reflect on the policy dimensions of declared work. Second, on the operational side, earlier this year, we organized the first week of action on undeclared work. From 16 to 22nd February 2026, this year, 18 member states carried out joint inspections at the same time across borders and across sectors. They did not act alone, they acted together. At the same time, many national inspections were also carried out, strengthening the overall impact. During the week of action, in total, 2,294 companies were checked and 5,239 workers were interviewed. What the inspections revealed is something we already know: undeclared hours, work without contracts, bogus self employment, suspected social security fraud, unsafe conditions. At the same time, the inspections were about awareness. Inspectors engaged with workers and employers and distributed hundreds of leaflets explaining the benefits of declared work. This is precisely why joint action makes a difference. Tackling undeclared work is a clear priority for enforcement authorities everywhere. This is evident in the growing number of concerted and joint inspections coordinated by ELA, many of which address different forms of undeclared work. As the number of concerted and joint inspections has increased, so has the detection of these practices. By the end of last year, undeclared work has been detected in around 30% of all joint inspections reported since the beginning of ELA. Around half of the cases of undeclared work were detected in the construction sector. This clearly demonstrates both where the risks are higher and how cross-border enforcement cooperation strengthens the detection of undeclared work. And third, and just as important, is the EU-wide campaign Declared Work Benefits. Running from mid-February to mid-April, it reached millions of people across Europe, with over 28 million impressions, 6.2 million video views, and more than 24,000 visits to the campaign website. But beyond the numbers, what really counts is engagement, how people connected with the message and why it resonated. Our analytics show that people were not just seeing the message, they were engaging with it, and that tells us that it resonates with their daily reality. The videos encourage both workers and employers to stop, reflect, and better understand what declared work means in practice. So, taken together, these three lines of exchange, policy, operational, and awareness raising show something important. We are moving towards a more connected European approach, one where enforcement is better coordinated, where awareness and prevention are strengthening, and where policies are gradually becoming more aligned. It is without any surprise that the platform's work and the other operational activities of the authority are mutually reinforcing and follow the same objective, making sure that undeclared work has no place in the single market. Undeclared work is not a marginal issue. It sits at the very center of how fair and well-functioning labor markets operate. Effectively tackling undeclared work, both at national and European level, is a precondition for fair labor mobility. Now, looking ahead, the 10th anniversary of the platform and the 5th anniversary of the integration under ELA provide a unique opportunity to reflect on the way forward. I want to see ELA more impactful and effective for future, and the same applies to our efforts to tackle undeclared work. We will continue to mainstream undeclared work into all ELA activities, and I also hope that we will step up our support for the implementation of national policies and activities targeting undeclared work. The upcoming Fair Mobility Package creates a perfect opportunity to open room for reinforced support. It aims to make mobility simpler, more digital, and more consistent across Europe. We hope it will further strengthen the European Labour Authority with a revised mandate that allows it to support cross-border enforcement more effectively and address complex labour mobility cases in a more operational way. Last but not least, I hope it will equip ELA with the possibility to access EU funds to ensure targeted expert support for national priorities in the field of labour market and declared work. Bringing all of this together, it is important not to lose sight of what it means in practice, because it is not only about rules or reforms, it's also whether a worker can be confident that their working hours are properly declared, that their social protection is ensured, and that their rights are respected wherever they work in Europe. That is the real test, and this is the test that the EU labor market must be able to pass. Let me close my introductory remarks by thanking all national authorities, social partners, and EU colleagues who work on this very day. What we are building together is a network that only works if it works for the people, where mobility is fair, where work is declared, and where rights follow the worker, not the border. A Europe where people can move, work, and be protected and feel protected. I wish us a very inspiring discussion, and I very much look forward to our exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cosmin, very much for setting the scene so clearly. Now in the program, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Marinos Moustioutas, Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of Cyprus, to take the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for Cyprus to welcome you in Larnaca on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the European platform Tackling Undeclared Work, a milestone initiative that reflects our shared European commitment to fair labour markets and the protection of workers' rights across the European Union. Since its establishment in 2016, Cyprus has been a steadfast and active supporter of the platform, recognizing from the outset the critical importance of coordinated European action in addressing undeclared work and safeguarding fair competition, decent working conditions, and social cohesion. Our country has consistently and constructively contributed to the platform work, participating actively in its meetings, joint actions, and policy exchanges. Over the past decade, the platform has evolved into a key European mechanism for strengthening cooperation among the competent national authorities and enabling member states to work together more effectively in tackling undeclared work across the European Union. This issue remains a complex challenge that undermines worker rights, distorts fair competition, and deprives national economies of essential revenues. At the same time, it erodes trust in institutions and compromises the principle of fairness and equality that lie at the heart of the European social model. Addressing this phenomenon is therefore not only an economic imperative, but also a matter of social justice and institutional responsibility. Cyprus has made full and constructive use of the platform's instruments and cooperation mechanisms, including the organization of two mutual assistance program actions during the period 2018-2024. These initiatives were particularly valuable in supporting the further development of Cyprus' labor inspection system during a critical stage of institutional strengthening. They contributed significantly to building the necessary technical expertise, reinforcing institutional capacity, and promoting more structured and effective inspection procedures. In addition, Cyprus has actively participated in joint inspections both domestically and in cooperation with other member states. These actions have delivered tangible results, especially in enhancing our operational know-how and strengthening cross-border collaboration. One of the platform's greatest achievements has been the systematic exchange of good practices and expertise among member states. Through this process, we have been able to learn from the experiences of our European partners and adapt successful approaches to our national context, further strengthening our enforcement mechanisms and improving the effectiveness of inspections. These efforts contributed to reducing undeclared work from 15% in 2016 to 5% in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world of work continues to evolve through new forms of employment, digitalization, and increased labor mobility, the challenge of undeclared work remains highly relevant. This makes our cooperation at the European level not only valuable but essential. Cyprus firmly believes that combating undeclared work is not merely a matter of regulatory compliance, but a broader issue of social fairness, economic resilience, and institutional credibility. In this regard, strengthening cooperation among member states remains essential to ensuring that labor mobility within the European Union is underpinned by transparency, equal treatment, and the effective protection of workers and businesses alike. In this context, and in anticipation of the fair mobility package, I would particularly like to underline the importance of labor mobility as a cornerstone of the European Union, ensuring opportunities for workers while safeguarding fair treatment and social protection across member states. It is therefore with particular satisfaction that I highlight the achievement of the Cyprus presidency, which, after 10 years of negotiation, succeeded in reaching an agreement with the European Parliament and securing the approval of member states on the revision of the regulation on the coordination of social security systems, Regulation 883. This constitutes a major step forward in ensuring that every worker moving within the European Union is protected and treated fairly. This development has a tangible impact on citizens as it strengthens the rights and social protection of mobile workers, provides greater legal clarity, and modernizes the framework governing long-term care, family, and unemployment benefits in line with contemporary needs. Looking ahead, Cyprus remains fully committed to supporting the work of the platform with the framework of the European Labour Authority. We will continue to invest in cooperation, knowledge sharing, and joint action with the common goal of promoting fair labor conditions and protecting workers across Europe. Allow me to conclude by expressing our sincere appreciation to the European Labour Authority and all participating member states for their continued dedication and collaboration. I wish you all a productive and successful conference and continued fruitful participation on the EU platform for undeclared work. Thank you very much. Και εκτός κειμένου στα ελληνικά υπάρχει μετάφραση, αντιλαμβάνομαι. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω που βρίσκεστε στην Κύπρο μας σε έτσι ωραίων καιρών που έχουμε αυτές τις μέρες. Η Κύπρος προσπαθεί και σαν προεδρεύουσα του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για αυτό το εξάμηνο να φέρει πιο κοντά τα κράτη-μέλη, να προσπαθήσει με συζητήσεις να βρει κοινές λύσεις και ήδη αναφέρθηκαν κάποια που έχουν ήδη επιτευχθεί, όπως ο κανονισμός 883, ο οποίος για 10 χρόνια ερχόταν και δεν μπορούσε να βρει ένα αίσιο τέλος, και η προσπάθεια μας συνεχίζεται μέχρι το τέλος Ιουνίου, μέχρι το τέλος της Προεδρίας της Κύπρου, έτσι ώστε παραδίδοντας στην επόμενη Προεδρία στη φίλη χώρα Ιρλανδία, οι εταίροι μας στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση να μπορούν να πούν ευθαρσώς ότι η μικρή Κύπρος κατάφερε να φέρει τα κράτη-μέλη πιο κοντά. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you, Minister Musiotas, for your inspiring remarks. Now we turn to a recorded video message from Li Andersson, Chair of the European Parliament Committee of Employment and Social Affairs.
Dear friends, my name is Li Andersson, and it's my great pleasure to bring greetings from the European Parliament, where I chair the Committee for Employment and Social Affairs. Freedom of movement for people within the EU is one of the fundamental freedoms on which the European Union is built. Freedom also comes with the responsibility to treat people equally in the labor market, regardless of their background. Mobile and migrant workers are essential to the functioning of the EU member states and the internal markets. But complex labor market schemes involving undeclared work, abusive subcontracting chains, labor intermediaries, and letterbox companies show that these workers are often the most vulnerable and the least protected. Fair and efficient labor mobility means that all workers must have the same rights in all member states. Workers and their families must have access to social protection and unemployment benefits, to healthcare, education, and pensions. According to a recently published special Eurobarometer, 1 in 10 Europeans say they have purchased in the past year goods or services that might include undeclared work. These purchases concern most likely goods or services for home repairs or for renovations. 1/3 of Europeans know someone who works undeclared. These figures are high and must be effectively reduced. Every worker deserves fair terms of employment and working conditions. Discrimination and exploitation of persons in a weaker position are not fair work. The most serious forms of undeclared work are gross underpayment or placing an employee in a highly unfair position, for example, by exploiting their financial dependence on the employer. As the European Labour Authority's campaign accurately states, declared work benefits all. It also ensures fair competition between companies and a stable, predictable operating environment. Declared work is the basis for good working conditions and for quality jobs in Europe. Dear friends, to continue the legislative work with these issues, we are currently anticipating the European Commission's Fair Labour Mobility Package, which is planned to be published next summer. The aim of the Commission is to modernize, digitalize, and simplify rules for people working across EU borders. Key initiatives will include introducing a European Social Security Pass, strengthening the European Labour Authority, and advancing skills portability to enhance cross-border mobility. In addition, it is very important to introduce new digital tools, such as ESPAS, to make it easier for individuals to exercise their social security rights when they are in another European country. The Commission is, for example, planning to introduce a standardized digital identity wallet used by citizens to store and share verifiable digital documents and real-time digital verification. There are also good examples in member states of other effective digital tools that would be worth considering at the planning stage of ESPAS. As for the Skills Portability Initiative, the Commission will explore ways to digitalize learning credentials, to improve the transparency of skills and qualifications, to modernize the recognition processes for regulated professions, and simplify procedures for recognizing the qualifications and skills of non-EU nationals. Dear friends, the establishment of the European Labour Authority in 2019 marked an important step towards fair labour mobility and effective enforcement of workers' rights in Europe. ELA has a strong potential to enhance the EU's social dimension by improving cross-border enforcement and cooperation with the Commission, member state authorities, and social partners. The high ratio of violations detected during ELA's cross-border inspections clearly demonstrates the value of the authority, but also the need for more and stronger actions to make ELA a recognized and effective enforcer in the European labour markets. During the past 5 years, the scope, scale, and number of these cross-border inspections have expanded significantly, extending beyond the traditional sectors with high worker mobility, such as road transport and construction. This shows that there is a real need for this kind of activity. Now it is important to examine how the mandate of ELA could be strengthened and extended so that it can better respond to the need to protect migrant workers in the EU. It is important to recognize the barriers people and companies face today in skills portability when working and hiring across borders, and seek practical solutions to these problems. There is still a lot of work to be done in this area, and I'm pleased that the Commission has also decided to address these issues. We look forward to working in cooperation on the future Commission proposals and to making sure that they respond to the challenges faced by mobile and migrant workers. This is essential as we continue to promote the creation of quality jobs for all. I would like to wish you an excellent event, a successful Declared Work Benefits All campaign, and I also want to congratulate the European Platform Tackling Undeclared Work for the important work that you have been doing during the past 10 years.
Yeah. Thank you for the all opening remarks. And now we are ready to begin with our first panel discussion. Professor Joanna Horodnik will guide us through the conversation on declared work in the context of labor mobility and quality jobs. Joanna Alexandra Horodnik is an academic specializing in undeclared work and the informal economy. She's a professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration at Alexandru Ioan Cuza University of Iași in Romania. Since 2016, she has worked as expert of undeclared work for the European Commission and ELA, contributing to policy development, advisory work, and capacity building across Europe and Western Balkans. Please join me in welcoming Professor Horodnik. Thank you. And I would invite myself, the rest of the panelists. Okay, so we are joined today by panelists that brings hands-on experience from policy, enforcement, and social partner institutions, working every day with the realities of labor mobility, declared work, as well as undeclared work. We welcome today um, Konstantinos Karagoudis, Deputy Ministry of Labor and Social Security from Greece. Anton Kassel, Director for Labor Mobility and International Affairs at DG Employment. John Kelly, Director of the Inspection and Enforcement Division at Ireland's Workplace Relation Commission. Anna Kwiatkewicz, Senior Advisor at Business Europe. Ashra Put, Vice Ministry for Social Security and Labor in Lithuania. And Christina Tilling, Head of Land Transport at the European Transport Workers Federation. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first panel, Declared Work, a Gateway for Fair Labor Mobility and Quality Jobs. Before we start the discussion, I would like to place our discussion in the broader context of EU policy. So at EU level, it is already acknowledged that labor mobility can only reach its full economic and social benefits and potential in the case or only if work is properly declared and is transparent and properly regulated. Declared work is not just an administrative requirement, it's the foundation for fair work and quality jobs. And this connects directly with the EU's quality job roadmap, which emphasizes that the competitiveness and resilience of Europe depends on the quality of jobs. And quality of jobs include fair play, respecting worker rights, and social protection, as well as giving opportunities to people to develop and to reach their potential in their jobs. However, this becomes particularly challenging when workers move across the borders. When this happens, and especially if we discuss about subcontracting, agencies, labor intermediaries, agency posting, ensuring these objectives becomes rather challenging, and the risk of exploitation and undeclared work increase. And this is precisely why EU broader initiative, as the one I already mentioned, quality job roadmap, as well as upcoming fair labor mobility package we've seen described before, place a strong emphasis on enforcement, cooperation between authorities, as well as digital tools that would help better tracking and increase transparency in labor mobility. And the key remains the implementation. And here, the role of empowered European Labor Authority is crucial in both assisting Commission and Member State to better tackling undeclared work in cross-border context. So what we focus now on this panel is to explore the relationship between declared work and labor mobility. The question is the declared work the gateway for quality jobs and fair mobility, or is the other way around, is the outcome of a well-functioning system? Because declared work strengthens fair mobility and ensures transparency, and this help creating quality jobs, but it works the other way around. When the labor mobility is properly enforced, is reduce the risk of exploitation, working exploitation, and undeclared work. So before we will start and open our discussion, I would like to ask kindly our panelists to be time mindful. We have started already a bit behind the schedule, so I will support you um, to 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 be concise, because I will mention along with the question the estimative number of minutes uh, allowed for that question. So to open our discussion, I will invite you to briefly share your reflections to see the perspective on the challenges, different challenges you encounter in practice. So we'll have a very short round, around 2 minutes each, if possible. And here is my question. Taking into account the efforts at EU level and national level, how do you assess the progress made in fair labor mobility in Europe compared with 10 years ago? And what do you see as remaining obstacle to making labor mobility fairer and fully declared across Europe? So I think that we can start in any order you would like. So
Thank you so much. And first of all, I would like to express, I think it's okay from here. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Cyprus and, of course, Minister Maskoutas. I know he had to leave. And, of course, Cosmin, ELA, for this excellent organization and warm hospitality that we have during this conference. So thank you, thanks again. And getting back to your question, over the last decade, fair labor mobility in Europe has clearly advanced. We have stronger EU rules, better coordination, and more operational support, particularly through the European Labour Authority and the European platform tackling undeclared work. We also see more focus on practical enforcement, digital tools, and cooperation between authorities, which is essential if mobility is to remain a positive force for workers, employers, and the single market. At the same time, one key obstacle remains uneven implementation and enforcement across borders when rules are applied differently from one state to another. This creates uncertainty for compliant businesses, undermines trust among citizens, and leaves room for abusive practices, especially in complex situations like subcontracting chains, posting, especially non-genuine posting, and labor intermediation. From Greece's perspective, the priority for the next decade is to move from rules on paper to rules that work in practice, more real-time cooperation, more data-driven enforcement, and faster information exchange, so that declared work becomes the norm and mobility stays fair. In this effort, ELA's role is indispensable, helping member states cooperate operationally, supporting joint actions, and strengthening a common enforcement culture across Europe. If I may shortly elaborate, and I'm just closing, I know the time is very pressing. Labor mobility is one of Europe's great achievements, but we still face significant disparities. National labor and social security rules differ widely. Inspection and enforcement bodies have uneven resources and mandates, and the digital systems, whether for social security coordination, company registries, or worker documentation, are not yet able to work together. These gaps create unnecessary administrative burdens for compliant employers and workers. To overcome this, we need deeper practical cooperation, faster digital integration, with a shared commitment to strengthening enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for great introduction to this topic. And first of all, thank you, Cyprus, and thank you, Ella, for bringing us together to discuss this very important topic. Because I think it's one of the main weakness in Europe, undeclared work. So uh, that's why we should really focus on it and pay attention to it. It's very difficult actually to add something up after Konstantinos, because I think he named the main issues. But in general, of course, I think great steps have been taken in EU, and I think its evaluation can be 8 out of 10. I think because we are doing really good. Of course, there are places for improvement, and of course, these steps which have been taken strengthening EU acquis, both in general posting workers and posting workers in the road transport sector. Um, Very important. Of course, these operational and practical steps. I think this development from European platform tackling undeclared work to the European Labour Authority is like a huge step, and the possibility to have these trainings and exchanges and joint inspections. These are very important in this difficult work to tackle undeclared work. Uh, but of course, as Konstantinos mentioned, it's very important to keep implementing rules and strengthening enforcement. And for this also, we think it's very important to strengthen the European Labour Authority mandate, that it will be like 10 out of 10. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just before we start, I'd just like to, on behalf of Ireland, um, to wish to have a great, successful Cyprus presidency. We're really happy to see that, and also Ireland will be taking over the mantle very soon, and we hope to see you all in our beautiful country. Um, just as the very first thing, I think the most important thing is, in my opinion, is that the whole issue of TCNs is key to all our work. Um, it presents huge challenges for all of us, and on both legal and illegal working situations, and also on a trans-border basis. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion today, and I thank you very much, everybody, for asking me along. I just hope in 10 years forwards, if I'm still around, that I can look back and say I was there that day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kev, yes, please.
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much for having Business Europe at this timely and interesting and important event. We congratulate ELA for the platform, because this has been an amazing 10 years, and really big thank you for all the work you do. Business Europe is a EU cross-industry social partner representing 42 national business federations from 36 countries and around 25 million businesses. I repeat it because not everybody knows that. We represent companies of all sizes. That's important. And we are one of the 3 employer organizations representative at the EU level. There is a lot of progress, but it's not enough. So mobility in Europe is still hindered by fragmented regulation, excessive administrative burdens, and lack of universal interpretation of the EU rules. And this is something that hurts businesses a lot. I will start with the recent success. On the 22nd of April, we're very happy to see that the provisional agreement on the revision of the Social Security regulation, known as Regulation 883, has been struck. It took 10 years to do it. So we do, as European social partners, together enforce now, encourage the Council and Parliament to endorse the deal. So the exercising freedom of movement can be easier for workers and companies. But there is not enough. This is not enough. We need ESPAS. That is to digitalize the process of requesting and receiving entitlement documents, but also it enables real-time verification to swiftly verify across borders whether digital documents are valid or they have been changed. We also need e-declaration a digital tool to notify posting, and everybody wins when e-declaration is operational. Employers benefit from quicker, cheaper, and reliable notification process. Workers benefit from effective and transparent process and access to data, and national authorities are able to verify data quickly and better plan targeted inspections, which is very important in current moment of strained public budgets. So we do keep fingers crossed for Cyprus presidency to finish off the file by June 2026, as it was encouraged in the March Council conclusions. We also need skills portability initiative because recognition of qualifications both within EU and with third country nationals is an issue. Two remaining barriers that I would like to mention is the diverse national social security systems. They will always be diverse, but the idea is to make them that we can seamlessly plug from one to another and have our rights portable, and also avoiding the cases of gold plating at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kvetkovic. Mr. Gazel, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And it's still before noon, so good morning to everyone. Thanks a lot for organizing this platform event, and congratulations also for the 10th anniversary. I think your question is about how much progress we had since 10 years. I think the mere fact that the European Labour Authority was established, that this platform was created, the fact that cooperation has improved a lot, that we have also a European pillar of social rights, which is clearly the compass to follow with its 20 principles, and that legislation has been very much introduced. I'm not going to repeat, but I mean, posting of workers directives obviously is one of the major initiatives that also now is implemented. Same goes, as it was just highlighted, and congratulations for the Cyprus presidency on social security rules. But as it was just said, all of that is not enough. Undeclared work continues to be an extremely damaging issue for not only for the workers, but also for employers, for the economy, for society in general, because it has a kind of double impact. It has an impact through, of course, lost revenues and unfair competition, so a kind of immediate impact. But it has also a structural impact because it, of course, lower productivity, weaken social protection, and of course, declining trust in fair mobility. Now, you asked about the obstacles that remains to be tackled. Well, we can see that labor mobility is no longer dominated by standard long-term employment, but instead by increasingly characterized short-term project-based and seasonal circular mobility. And I think this is something that needs to factor in. Second, of course, obstacle. I think this is clearly something which everyone experiences in the domain, and you are an expert. It's, of course, the complexity of the rules and the forum shopping, cross-border issues. I mean, the EU will really have to come to a situation where, thanks to digitalization, we will be able to operate in a much stronger and cooperative immediate environment in order to tackle this issue. But of course, there are still differences between inspections capacities, and so this is also why the European Labour Authority is so important. Finally, as you know, the European Commission, the Directorate Employment and Social Affairs, and of course the Executive Vice President Minsatu are working on a Quality Jobs Act, because we very much believe that we have to move, of course, from undeclared to declared work, respecting the social pillar, and of course, quality jobs is the clear solution for that. And so this is why we will have to, of course, embed this legislation also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gazel. We move to Ms. Tilling, please.
Yes, so good morning. I join all the previous speakers by saying that it's an honor to attend this prestigious event, and congratulations to ELA and to the Cypriot presidency for setting it in such a perfect way. So bringing the voice of the workers and trade unions at this table, I have to say that yes, there have been progress in the past 10 years. In respect to more articulate rules, I would say, in respect to institutional settings as well. An example for more articulate rules that is posting. We in transport have special arrangements for posting in road, as you may know. In terms of institutional settings and better institutional settings, I would, of course, mention ELA, a very important role to play because it gives visibility to enforcement and visibility to results of inspections. That is key. In the past, there have been inspections, but the results were not so known. Secondly, better digitalization. I think the panelists have mentioned it already. I'd like to quote, for example, the IMI platform. Important for not so much, I would say, in roads transport for roadside checks, but important for checking compliance after or in between roadside checks and company checks. More coordinated inspections and joint operations. Again, ELA, very important. I mentioned why via their activities in organizing, coordinating, and joint inspections, but also under, I would say, this headline, national inspectorates increasingly sharing intelligence, and that's where the platform for undeclared work fits in. We welcome the fact that the platform does not restrict its scope to mobile or cross-border workers. This is very important. It gave us the opportunity to cooperate with inspectorates on sectors such as logistics. Now, growing political and social awareness, this is also progress. More and more we have headlines on work exploitations, but also headlines on what the institutions are doing to tackle it. So this is in the public eye. Challenges now, third country nationals, I think John has mentioned it already, the way they live on EU territory and the way they work. There is a huge risk for discrimination, and we have to tackle it together. Enforcement is still a challenge, no matter how good the rules are. Enforcement is still lagging behind. Simplification, in as much as it touches on the articulation of rules, and in as much as it touches on cutting enforcement and subcontracting. I'll come back to it. And opportunities to tackle this in the next decade, the Fair Labor Mobility Package with initiatives on social security, as past mentioned by Anna, and of course with the revision of the ELA mandate. In road, we have the wage calculator remuneration tool, I would say, which brings much hope to both drivers and businesses because we will have the possibility to have an indication of how much a driver earns over the span of the month when he or she drives in various member states, and more to come. I think I will stop here just to set it within the time frame of the 2 minutes, but for the rest, I'm happy to answer your second
Thank
question.
you. Thank you all. I will try to very quickly wrap up. So we heard, to summarize, we heard good progress acknowledged by all the panelists, but still some important remaining challenges as the third country nationals, enforcement which is different around countries. So even if we have lots of solutions and lots of improvements that have been mentioned, we still face challenges. And now I have a question to Mr. Cassel to look how these challenges are being addressed at EU level. So based on the main obstacles you heard identified by the panelists, from the Commission perspective, what are the most important policies and actions at EU level to address these gaps, the remaining challenges that we have, and to improve the labor mobility, making the work more fair and fully declared? So in around 4 minutes, is possible. We started, unfortunately, being behind the schedule already. So, if possible.
No problem. I mean, I think I can be relatively short because I think that the introductory remarks and of course the interventions before me already show a number of initiatives that still needs to be implemented. I think the most important thing that I would highlight before now going into quickly the initiatives on which we are working is clearly to equip, let's say, member states and of course EU level actors with really modern tools. that strengthen compliance and create interoperabilities. I think this is very key because this is, I think, what is still very much missing for the moment. There has been some improvement, but these interoperabilities are extremely important. Of course, make the work visible across borders, tackle the issue of third country nationals because they are, in a way, in a very vulnerable situation. Everything points to that conclusion, and we still lack data. And this is also something we need, of course, to improve, is to collect much more data in order to understand this phenomenon and see how we can, as much as possible, intervene. Enforcement, of course, is important, and of course, the authority there plays a very important role. Mutual recognition of tools, mutual recognition. I think this is a principle. Let's go back to the principles of the Court of Justice. I mean, it was created in the 70s. This mutual recognition, I think, is a fundamental principle. But of course, it needs for that trust, trust between the authorities, trust between the member states. And it's not always easy to achieve, but obviously the EU institutions try to create this trust together with, of course, the social partners and civil societies. This is extremely important to get there. So what do we do? Well, as it was announced, we are working on a package that will be presented in September, a fair labor mobility package, which will be amending in a targeted way the mandate of the European Labour Authority in order to strengthen the authority in areas that I just mentioned, in order to have a much more efficient authority in that way. We had an evaluation last year, so this evaluation shown us where we could actually improve so that we have better inspections capacity, better information tools, a mediation, of course, function, which is also important in case of need. And so this is, I think, something which of course matters a lot. And of course, the work of this platform, obviously on undeclared work, is key. A second area, of course, is the European Social Security Pass. So this is, I think, a fundamental tool that is absolutely needed. If we talk about being able to carry your social security rights from one country to another, to facilitate, of course, business from one country to another, something also important for productivity and for competition, competitiveness. You need, of course, to have digital tools. So this is one aspect, but it will also allow this European Social Security Pass and, of course, IMI, all the digital infrastructure that exists at EU level and will exist in the future. It will allow also to collect data and to have a much more traceability about what is happening there. And so undeclared work, as we know, and undeclared and fraudulent practices, of course, abuse of this division and fragmented system, and digitalization is, of course, important. We'll also will implement and enforce, of course, the rules as much as possible. The subcontracting issue is been highlighted, and the quality jobs roadmap already alluded to that point. So the Act will obviously also come back to that. And I think there we have to clearly get to a better liability inside the contracting chains, especially for some sectors more than others. The posting directives already contains some rules there, but it needs to be enforced. So this is clearly something also which matters. So the Quality Jobs Act will also help to ensure safety and health at work, obviously, to defeat the subcontracting issues and enforce, of course, the role of social partners and use AI in a much better way. So to sum up, I think all of these initiatives will be coming in September, but it will not be enough. It have to be, of course, adopted, enforced. We have also an EU talent pool, which will help to reinforce legal pathways of migration, because we know that this is also extremely toxic in public opinions and debates, and create this extreme disapproval from public opinions towards some workers. And I think we should defeat that. Like Lee Anderson said in her introductory remark, workers are equal. They're depending on their bank, independent of their bank. So we have to also create there the appropriate environment. So I stop here because 4 minutes already probably passed, but of course happy to continue afterwards.
Thank you. We heard lots of initiatives, and hopefully their implementation will be smooth, even if practice show us that is not always the case. So now let's move from European perspective to national level and look how these issues that we identified in the first round, the challenges, are addressed in practice between member states. So Ms. Put and Ms. Karakonis, question for you again, if you can fit in 4 minutes, hopefully. So from your national experience, what helped you most in cross-border work? What made this work more transparent, properly declared, and fairly regulated? And where do you still that there is still place for improvement? You already touched base in the first round, but if you want to explain more, please.
Okay, thank you for this great question. Actually, Lithuania, I think, made a huge improvement in tackling undeclared work. So I will share some examples what we have done. So first of all, there is notification about foreigners working in Lithuania. So in Lithuania, all employers hiring third country nationals, as well as companies or natural persons to whom foreign workers are temporarily posted, must submit this specific form. We call it LDU. This is just notification about foreigners working in Lithuania. So these notifications provide information on where and for whom posted workers are employed, in which economic sector, from which countries they are posted, their citizenship, and as well guarantees applied. So it gives possibilities to control them more properly, and as well to ensure transparency. The second thing which I would like to share, uh, we introduced in Lithuania a transparent worker identification QR code. So this QR code is mandatory for all persons performing construction work, regardless of a contract type or nationality, including posted workers, and failure to hold this code is considered undeclared work. And this QR code, in combination of increase of labor inspectors by 25%, has significantly increased number and efficiency of inspections. So inspections in construction alone rose by 50%. Of course, it accompanied by a marked decline in undeclared work. And third, uh, very important subject, sanctions. As our experience shows that only effective, proportionate, and decisive sanctions reduce undeclared work. So in 2024, we tripled sanctions for illegal and undeclared work and linked them to minimum monthly wage. So it ensures that it's annually increased because there is indexation. So, and of course, these sanctions are accompanied by additional or so-called secondary sanctions. It means that if violations related to illegal, undeclared, or irregular employment of foreigners workers are identified, they lose the right to employ third country nationals. And the other subject which was introduced was this blacklist of employers in our state labor inspectorate website, which publicly names non-compliant employers. The other very important measure introduced was in 2024 the establishment of an interinstitutional cooperation center. This center connects together all institutions which deal with work-related crimes. So, of course, state labor inspectorate, then tax authority, state border guard service, social insurance, fund board and police. So all these representatives of these institutions, they work together. And this center already during period 2024-2025 carried 211 control actions. And this means that more than 2 million euros in taxes, fines, and other contributions were additionally declared and calculated.
So sorry to interrupt. Maybe you can wrap up, please.
So wrapping up, I think it's very important our colleagues working together with other member states, colleagues in these concerted joint inspections and having mutual trainings, capacity buildings. This is very important, and we are very grateful for Ella for that. And of course, the colleagues work together in other capacities, as for example, Nordic Baltic Labor Inspectorate Hub, analyzing together cases and then working together in finding solutions to tackle undeclared work directly. And the other thing which is important, I think, to mention, yesterday we had this discussion with Finnish colleagues about social dialogue in Lithuania. So I think talking about room for improvements, for us, it's very important to improve cooperation with social partners and to encourage them to contribute more to undeclared working together for tackling undeclared work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna will try to be very short.
Thank you.
From our experience, I could highlight three basic areas that have seen the biggest impact. First of all, and I would say is the most important advance and of pivotal importance, is the introduction of the digital labor card, a reform that have changed how working time is monitored and declared in Greece. How it works, the system requires workers to digitally clock in and out in real time with the data transmitted directly to our Ergani 2 platform. I will explain what is Ergani 2. So it ensures that actual working hours match declared working hours. Undeclared overtime is prevented, and of course, fraudulent contracts become far easier to detect. And this labor card has strengthened fairness not only for workers but also for businesses. Second, beyond the digital labor card, we have made a lot of improve regarding the digitalization of labor market. So this upgraded Organic 2 system is a fully digitalized labor ecosystem, centralizes declarations of employment, contract scheduling, and posting information. It integrates labor inspection, social security, tax data, improving the ability to trace employment and relationships, including when workers are mobile. It is, as I said, a fully digitalized labor market ecosystem. Third, Greece has strengthened the operational capacity of the Labour Inspectorate, including additional training in detecting complex cross-border arrangements and fraudulent posting practices. We have reinforced the operational capacity of the Labour Inspectorate through risk-based inspections supported by Ergani 2 data, training on complex cross-border arrangements, and active participation in ELA coordinated joint inspection, sorry. So where do we still see room for improvement? First, faster and more integrated EU-level information sharing. National innovation like Greece's digital labor card demonstrate that technology can achieve, but the next step must be European interoperability. Labor inspectorates need quicker more automated access to reliable cross-border employment information. The upcoming expansion of ELA's data-driven tools is an opportunity we should collectively embrace. Second, tackling complex company structures and business models and letterbox arrangements. Some abusive schemes increasingly rely on fragmented supply chains, intermediaries, or companies established only on paper. So to address this, we need more coordinated investigations, strong joint inspections, and harmonized approaches to identifying genuine establishment and real employment relationship. And finally, Third, better protection for workers in new and evolving mobility models, new forms of mobility, platform-based work emerge. Existing tools do not always capture these arrangements. We need updated frameworks that ensure transparency and protection, regardless of whether work is performed physically across borders or digitally for employers in another member state.
Thank you. So you both mentioned the card, the identification card, either in construction or either general, and this links directly with what Mr. Cassels called for better cooperation on data and better digitalization as tools that can help in labor mobility and also with declaration. Now, let us move from policy perspectives to what happens on the ground. And I will give the floor to Mr. Kelly. If you can uh, use 4 minutes, that would be great. So, from your experience on the ground, what is the biggest practical difficulty that your inspector face when they try to tackle undeclared work or other forms of fraudulent work?
I think we already spoke about the issue of TCNs, and I think really, if we're going to deal with that whole issue, we've got to win those peoples, those very um, uh, very dead persons who do not have people to advocate for them, and somebody has to advocate for them, and also to bring the TCNs within the whole area of work, legal work. Um, in terms of what we do, in the in Ireland, we have a very small inspectorate, relatively small inspectorate. We deal with employment permits, which is very touches off the whole issue of TCNs as well, because most of our employment permit uh, would also be CCNs as well. Um, we carry out inspections as normal, and we also do a lot of outreach. Um, and we're actually working with um, colleagues in Romania and Moldova at the most to reach out to these people in Ireland, in there as well. So, oh, I'm sorry, I'll put it a little bit. Okay. Is that better? Okay. Um, sorry, no, my glasses I forgot.
So for us, it was loud enough, but perhaps for the room, you need to be closer to the microphone.
We also operate on what's called a compliance model of inspection. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring the employers who are in those situations, to bring them into compliance, within that as well. And that's a really important part of our work, is not to penalize people, it's to bring them into compliance as well, whether it is to do with employment permits or inspections, as well. Um, and I suppose the one big thing I think, from the perspective of labor inspections, um, and in particularly in where there are very serious issues, is to have a coordinated national um, organization on that. So in Ireland, we would regularly work with police, social welfare, and also the social welfare, sorry, police, the labour inspectorate as well, as other actors of the state, and that really is essential, from that. So that's a very short examination of Ireland.
Okay, thank you. So we heard about third country nationals as one of the biggest practical obstacles that we have on this moment, and I believe and I hope I do not mistake that there are some plans related with talent pool for third country nationals at EU level. So hopefully that will help at least for those occupations where we have shortages. But of course, cooperation, and it's good that we have today with us representative from beyond European Commission. So starting cooperating with these institutions for sure would help improving the situation on the field. So now let us move from the enforcement and policies to the experience of workers and workers and employers. And I have a question here for Ms. Steeling. I would invite you to share your reflections related with the fact that many trade unions and employee organizations have called for a stronger regulation of subcontracting and labor intermediation. And this includes stronger liability across subcontracting chains. And in your view, is this approach essential? And if so, for tackling undeclared work and improving mobility, and if so, why? And yes, please, I would kindly invite you to use the microphones because it's very difficult for the translation with the other ones.
Yes, thank you. Am I heard? Yeah, it works. Yeah, a lot has been said about subcontracting by the trade union movement. We are in a huge campaign, transport, food and agriculture, and construction. These being the three sectors with highest, I'd say, worker mobility. And I hope you all know the trade union case. I do not know. I do not have to preach to experts about it, but certainly imagine in a Europe of 27 member states, we have a high mobility of business and capital. We have a lot of, so to say, I would say letterbox companies, subsidiaries registered in member states that have less capacity to enforce nationally, oops, that are maybe more lenient with enforcement and so on and so forth. And to this geographical scope, extended geographical scope, we add the levels of subcontracting. Company after company after company after company, temporary agency temporary agency also included in this chain, other labor providers and so on and so forth. So the spectrum is large. And then at the end of this spectrum, you have the workers, most of them in situations, personal, but also I think employment situations that are that makes them extremely vulnerable. They are misclassified. They do not know who employs them. Therefore, if they experience abuse, they do not know who to turn to. They may be in a foreign country, for instance, truck drivers. They may be in a foreign country where they don't know the language. This also applies to a lot of undocumented or documented migrants. And they wonder, whom do I turn to in order to solve off my issue? What are these issues? Unpaid salaries, health issues where you urgently need assistance, your truck being seized because your operator has not complied to the law. Therefore, you as an interface, as a driver, you have to deal with a situation. You are caught in a roadside check in France, for instance. They stop the lorry, you're taken to the next police station. You need to speak the language and to defend yourself. And more than that, unemployment benefits. I mean, the sectors that I quoted, not only transport, but also construction, food, and agriculture, are sectors with high incidence of job changing. So you have periods of employment alternating with periods of unemployment. In transport, this was the case during the pandemic. Where do I go as a worker to claim my unemployment benefits? And last but not least, pension rights. So you have a whole spectrum of rights and situations, momentary, urgent, short term, medium, and long term, that you as a worker experience. And that is why subcontracting adds unnecessary complexity to this. And that is why the worker has to have the right to know their employer, to have the possibility, together and supported by trade unions, to get advice and to get, payment rights, working conditions, and so on and so forth. And that is why, of course, the three federations I quoted before, transport included, we do think that subcontracting, although necessary, needs to be reduced to a minimum level so that we can identify the responsible employer with the situation of the worker. Of course, labor intermediaries should be regulated as well. Many of them are part of this screening or smoke screening of the employment relationship. That would make things easier also in the context of the recently approved regulation on talent pool. It's a step forward, but it needs to be accompanied by other measures. And I remember someone from the panel said that it is very important to have the same rules applicable throughout the EU. And this is where a legal instrument on subcontracting, tackling in an articulate way all these shortages is so much needed at the European level to have the same rules so that companies, and with all respect to Business Europe, in road transport we also have compliant companies and less compliant, so that companies have a clarity of the same system wherever in Europe, and there is no incentive due to the competition pressure, for example, to shop out for the member state that is most lenient or most incapacitated to control the myriad of business that are registered on its territory and so on. So the question of knowing your employer, the question of being able to claim your rights, and the question of having clarity of rules for business and enforcers throughout Europe, these three issues only, and it is worth for the legislator taking on board the trade union plea for legal framework at European level, tackling all aspects of subcontracting in a very articulate way. I'll leave it here.
Thank you. Okay, so we heard now from the workers' perspective how important a stricter enforcement and regulation for subcontracting will be for the workers, for their rights. Let us move on to hear the employer's perspective. So, to Ms. Kwiatkowicz, from employer's perspective, what is most needed to ensure that cross-border labor mobility is both fair and properly declared in practice while keeping the system clear and manageable for businesses?
Yes, thank you. So I always say that, if we want to talk about job quality, we need to talk about jobs. If we want to talk about mobility, we need to make sure that workers and employers, businesses can move across Europe. So just a general observation that we need to be careful not to create a situation when we regulate everything to the level that no jobs are created and no mobility is exercised. For employers, cross-border mobility is crucial because we operate in a labor market that are very tight. It's about labor force, but also it's about competency, so the labor skills. Employers need simple solution. It has been said so many times. Now the fragmented national systems, for example, again, posting of workers, that doesn't help. It doesn't help to this extent that it prevents companies for posting workers. And what I want to say that the posting of workers it's not the first thing that employers would think about doing because this is complicated. This is very complex. Posting is used when there's a need for it and to ensure continuity to operations. So basically, if we overregulate it or it's not efficient, then that hinders companies' productivity and operations. Employers need digital solutions, that has been said. We also need to remove regulatory burdens, and sometimes regulatory burdens mean multiple reporting requirements or repetitive procedures for the same kind of data, or different formats even for the same kind of data, and inability to reuse it. And let's be clear, labor costs in Europe is very high. Of course, it's different. Tax wedge in Ireland and Cyprus around 26%, but if we look at Belgium, it's double. Belgium is 51%. And in average in EU is 40%. At the same time, US 31, Japan 32, China 30. We have to see the global picture. And just to indicate that between 2024 and 2025, the decreases of tax wedge were 0.06% across EU, 0.06% across EU. So I leave you with this, but the economists agree that but payroll taxes are divided and paid by employers and workers, but economists agree that the both sides of the payroll tax ultimately fall on the workers. So also tax wedge is the issue for workers. Administrative burden, that's another point. The systems are not compatible with the flexible labor markets, short-term assignments, business trips. The system is fragmented and complex. The systems differ among member states. That, of course, is a challenge as far as compliance is concerned. We have often the lack of data that companies understand, and also like a lack of universal interpretation of rules, and that very often results in involuntary compliance. And I really stress involuntary. And last point, being me, maybe naive, I always say that it's very important to promote, which ELA does very skillfully, the value of playing by the rules, why we all need to stick to the rules, and this is beneficial for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We heard now from what is needed from the perspective of both workers and employers, as well from policy and enforcement. So let's now take a quick round focused on solutions, not focusing only on challenges and problems. So again, a very quick round. So only one short sentence. What is the single most important measure, in your view, to ensure that work is properly declared in cross-border labor mobility? And very important, how can the European Labour Authority best help to safeguard and to strengthen that measure in practice? How ELA can help you with? And we can start from here.
Thank you. It's okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes. In one sentence, that would be seamless, unlimited, cross-border information exchange. That means we have to give to labor inspectorate, social security institution, tax authorities, immediate access to reliable and comparable information, particularly regarding postings, employment contracts, and social security status. I think ELA can play, of course, is playing right now a decisive role in strengthening this measure, first by further developing interactive digital systems that allow member states to exchange information quickly, securely, and in a format that inspectors can actually use in their day-to-day work. Secondly, by coordinating joint inspections and cross-border investigations that send a clear signal that undeclared work will be detected regardless of where it starts or where it ends. Third, by building common analytical capacity, identifying trends, risks, and new forms of abuse that no single member state can see alone. In practice, this means expanding platforms like IMI, and the ELA Information and Analytical Hub, facilitating joint trainings and investing in digital tools.
Thank you. I think today already we heard in our discussion the importance of modern digital tools, and we can agree on that. So, in one sentence, it could be a mandatory and universal digital personal identifier, and ELA acting as a central coordination hub, ensuring swift data exchange between inspectorates. So, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been really agree with my colleagues so far. I think we're probably doing at some stage what we need to do. The problem is coordination, and I think that's, and not just because we're here today. I think the work of Ella is really important for that. And it just from our perspective as I said, a small inspectorate, the support we have got, the training we have got through Ella has helped us as an inspectorate how to do our work better, how to do our work with colleagues abroad better as well. And I think we have to remember, if we don't deal with the TCN problem and issues like that, it will go into human trafficking. It will go into wage slavery. So we have to know that. And that's a really important thing that we must always keep in the front of our minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kiatkevich?
One sentence, but three tools. E-declaration, we need remuneration calculator to be sure how the remuneration package needs to be designed. And we also ask for a help desk, which could offer reliable information on applicable laws, the universal interpretation, and call on the Commission to include this within the proposal for revising ELA mandate as a part of the fair labor mobility package. Thank you.
Mr. Cassel, please.
Yes. So I think ultimately what we need to do is to make declared work. It's to make declared work easier and less complex, and to make undeclared work easier to detect. So this is what we ultimately need to do. Now, the measure to do so is, I think, to create a kind of operational and connected digital fair labor mobility capacity for the union, something which is connected, of course, at EU and national level by reinforcing, of course, also the powers of ELA. This is what we do with the labor mobility package, but really to have a much more interconnected and interoperable digital system in EU. I think this is absolutely key. And then there is another measure that I would encourage to do so. It's to talk to your ministers of finance. Talk to your ministries of finance. Because when you see the size of undeclared work and the consequences of on the economy, I think the ministries of finance would be very much interested to recuperate, these 10% or 15% of GDP missing, which are lost revenues, lost social contributions. So ministries of finance should help. And I can only encourage this platform to maybe also invite at some point representatives of the ministries of finance and to join forces in this endeavor. Because I think they would be very much interested to work and to recuperate this money. This is absolutely essential for the economy.
Worker-centered approach in everything that the European Union does for the European citizen, stable jobs, good working conditions. That would give a signal for a deep respect for the EU citizen across EU. That would also bleed out the support, increasing support for the far right. Unfortunately, there is some and more nowadays. That would make our sectors more attractive and for the right reasons. And it would tackle the job shortages, which at the moment, the only solution for these job shortages are the third country nationals, and they are not doing too well when employed in Europe. We are the witness of it.
Thank you. So, focusing on solutions, the key words that I've heard are related to cooperation between institutions, between member states, cooperation with third country with third countries, as well organization, as well as the need for better data, for better transparency when people move around, and the call for ID cards. Um, and as well as and I really like that way to make declared work easier and acceptable and a preferred option. And I will like to start from this actually for our last round of questions. Even if we had a more ambitious agenda, I think we will have a last round of questions. And I will start from this, the need that declared work is the easy and a desirable way of doing work. And we know that beyond enforcement, the undeclared work appear because it's a way of behaving. Not everybody does it in the same country, even if the conditions are more or less the same for everybody. Some people would choose to do declared work, some others will do undeclared work. So if we look at behaviors from your perspective, very quick round, so then we still have time to give time for questions in the room before the lunch, because we stay between the between um, uh, before lunch. So what in your view would actually encourage both employers and workers to declare the work, to make the work declared, and what do you think that it still makes undeclared work attractive? So very quick round on this topic, and we will then open the floor for audience to express their questions. So beyond enforcement, what actually would encourage workers and employers to declare their work? So we can start from the other part, if that would be okay, Ms. Stilling.
Yes, unfortunately, since the competition is so tough in Europe, despite the rules, um, the answer to this is a regulatory response. It's just because the climate is of this kind that we need tougher and simpler, clearer rules in order to make it work.
So clearer and easier rules. Mr. Cassel?
Yes, clearer, easier rules and simple rules. Simple rules.
Simple rules.
Because I think that part of the problem of undeclared work is also linked to very complex procedures, and obviously even more complex if you look this from an EU angle. So everything that can facilitate the declaration of the work, and of course incentivize to go that route instead of going to the undeclared route, obviously disincentivization and the simplification of doing this should be actually very much the prevailing path, because the other path can be appealing, but if you understand as an employer and as a worker that you are exposing yourself in a situation which is obviously not in line with the fair societal behavior, and that you are actually doing a wrong thing, I think, voilà. But for that, you need, of course, to have, again, digital, easy, simplified solution. This is, I think, the thing that we need to introduce at each and every possibility, an app to declare something easy, not complex. And this goes also for taxation, by the way.
Probably to this description of rules, I would add one more word: smart. They have to be intelligent. They have to serve the purpose. And I understand that once we discuss for 10 years regulation and we finally have a deal, we don't want to touch it. But rules have to be revised on a regular basis to see whether they serve still the purpose for workers, for employers, and also make for national authorities it's manageable. And the second point that I would like to mention, I think it's always interesting to look at the involuntary incompliance and ask the question why the companies are not compliant. Is it conscious decision? Is it lack of awareness? Is it lack of knowledge? Lack of resources to comply with the rules. So this is an important question. These are important questions to improve the process. So this is something that should be a learning adventure on which we embark together. And we do hope that national inspectors, we would like to treat them and see them as mentors, as people who can help companies to comply, and not as prosecutors. Thank you.
same as my colleagues, I think really about simplicity as well. But then how do we disseminate that? Uh, you know, labor inspectors going in, not just carry out an inspection. You talk to the employers as well. What's going on? How can we help you? I think that's really important. People are still, I think, particularly I think in small businesses, they're afraid of the labor inspector coming in and what they're going to look for. And I think in some ways we probably have to change that in some ways. And that where there was a colleague of mine used to say, I've come from the government to give you a help. And then people start getting frightened. So we have to do that as well. But we also have to have the big stick as well. We can't go without that too.
So, as it was mentioned before, so of course, simpler procedures, clear rules, and reducing administrative burden. Uh, as I also talked about the sanctions, especially if we are considering these additional secondary sanctions, as for example, uh, restriction to participate in public procurement procedures or prohibition to employ the third country nationals. And talking about the second part of the question, what still makes attractive to no, undeclared work, I think, as it is still difficult to identify violations of undeclared work, especially in cross-border situations. Unfortunately, it encourages employer to risk. And other important thing is the complex regulatory environment for small businesses. Also, that's it.
I fully agree with the previous remarks. I could highlight 3 points. First of all, making formal employment beneficial and declared work more rewarding, not just compulsory, simplicity and predictability. So reducing complexity and making formality an easy option. Digital tools, as already mentioned, for registration, social contributions, and inspection remove complexity and builds trust. The more user-friendly our system, the more natural declared work becomes. Second, visible benefits for workers and employers. Workers choose declaration when they clearly see the connection between contributions and entitlements, healthcare, pensions, unemployment, protection, training opportunities. And for employers, access to skilled labor, public procurement, as already mentioned, subsidies and support schemes tied to compliance becomes a powerful incentive. When being declared opens doors, compliance rises. And of course, third, building a culture of trust and fairness. Undeclared work often thrives where there is a perception that the system is complex, slow, or unfair. People are more willing to follow the rules when they believe that others do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so to wrap up the main idea, so in one way, in one hand, we've seen that undeclared work is still attractive. You mentioned that it's very difficult in cross-border to detect, so employers will take the risk. And here it was a call from most of the panelists for better enforcement, but also on the other hand, it has been underlined several times that declared work needs to be the easy way, the attractive way, and in this vein, we need to simplify the regulations and also to provide incentives. And incentive, as you mentioned, is not necessarily in terms of monetary benefits, but also to make people aware of their benefits when they do proper and declared work, to make them aware of the rights, to make sure that we assure them the portability, as you said, of social security. There are so many important aspect for them that once they are aware of these rights, they will be more willing to take the good path, so to say. So I would like now, because we are rather behind the schedule, to open the floor. Perhaps 2-3 questions, and briefly introduce yourself when you have want to say the question, and mention for which of the panelists, you have the question.
Yes, hello. My name is Patrice Fulani from Luxembourg. Today is a very important day for myself. And John said it, he is interested in seeing what happens in 10 years. I have the great pleasure to see back when we started the undeclared work platform, because 10 years ago, under the Lithuanian presidency, the trilogue started, and then under the Luxembourgish presidency, I myself negotiated with success the trilogues with the European Parliament. And we had a very strong negotiating team in front of us, especially the chief negotiator, Mr. Perinsky from Bulgaria. He was a real tough guy, but we managed to have the undeclared work platform. What we missed and what was a pity and the biggest challenge today, even when we speak about undeclared work, is we have no European definition of undeclared work. And that makes it more and more important, because each and every member state deals with undeclared work differently. That's the first point. The second point is, when the ELA regulation was negotiated, it was a tough deal also. Would we include undeclared work platform into the regulation or not? So at the end of the day, we included it, and we see now, and we still have to improve the functioning of the undeclared work after the integration in the ELA platform. Now for my questions. It's undeclared work is a very complex problem, because, and hopefully now we stop the silo thinking, is a horizontal problem. It's a problem about competitiveness, is about a problem of protection of the workers. It's a problem about social security systems and how we can finance in future our pensions, our social security systems. And is a problem about innovation. And when I heard Business Europe speaking about taxes, in the last years, the taxes for the companies has been reduced in the last years overall in Europe, but the taxes for the workers, our taxes, have been increased in order that our social security systems and pension system could survive. And here I tell Business Europe, companies have forgotten to invest in innovation and research. And that is a big problem. Companies and the shareholders were more for maximizing the profits and delocalization of the industry in other countries. And now it falls back. When we see China, where they are when it comes to batteries or electric cars, and Europe is again lagging behind. And I invite really Business Europe also to tell their clients to invest more in research and innovation, and also the Commission should have a regard on that. When it comes to the Commission, I wonder how you will articulate the fair mobility package with the migration package, the 10 regulations and the 2 directives that have been decided. And I think close cooperation between the 2 packages is very needed and helpful. And also the Commission, and you, Antoine, said it yourself, we have to ask our finance ministers. Also, the Commission should have a deeper look with ECOFIN and to work with them in order that the workers, in fact, it's the workers, when we don't have enough money back in the pockets, we don't have the purchasing power, and then the companies cannot survive. So it's a mutual marriage, it's a wedding, if I may say so, and it must be fair, and not only on the back of the workers. When it comes to e-declaration, I absolutely do not share that the e-declaration under form now is a good solution. Why? First of all, there was no proper impact assessment. E-declaration was hijacked by DG Grow because of the big lobbying in Brussels. What is bad about the e-declaration nowadays? Because the companies, they can choose how many questions they will answer. And that is bad because we will lose quality information and quality data.
I'm
And
sorry
then,
to interrupt,
yeah,
but if you could wrap up and go directly
yeah,
to the
wrap up.
question,
So
we would
wrap up
appreciate.
is for the Commission, migration package, EU talent, mobility package. Business Europe, will you, for me, it's administrative burden. I understand that. If we simplify the rules, we must increase the responsibility of the companies. How will you make sure that the companies, your clients, take their responsibility? Will you draft a blacklist of the bad companies, especially when it comes to the bad pupils who do not, and the letterbox companies? And for the workers' representative, how will you make sure that your voice will be heard in Brussels? That would be interesting for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So actually, we have three questions, three in one. We look for three responses, and then we still maybe take another question. But please, for now, I invite the Commission, the Business Europe, and the trade union to respond.
Does it work? Yes. Good. So thanks, Patrice, for your question. I mean, we work very much hand in hand with DG Home. I mean, the talent pool has been a joint venture that will continue now with the implementation. So definitely important there. We obviously cooperate a lot with DG Home to integrate the acquis of the migration acquis inside also the revision of the European Labour Authority mandate, but while, of course, preserving the two worlds separated. But it's absolutely key, as you indicated, that we have to break silos. As I indicated, we have to joint venture also with the finance ministries and beyond, probably even to go to the heads of government. When you look at the size of the issue, this is an extremely important issue. Education minister, because education is also part of behavior. So all of that is something that needs to be encompassed altogether. But we have also the labor migration platform where the two worlds meet on a regular basis. So there are many places where we can cooperate. So I'm not overly, let's say, anxious about that cooperation. I think we can always improve. But obviously, this is something which matters a lot for the future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I think when you look at the EU legislation so far and how many, I would say, boxes it ticks in respect to workers' rights, it is obvious that trade unions are at it. We are very active. We work with our network of affiliates. In transport, for instance, we have over 250 affiliates across the EU and Europe at large. And we share work. We do the Brussels work. Of course, then our affiliates are invited to Brussels for advocacy activities and also actions, Brussels, Strasbourg, wherever the parliament sits. And then our affiliates have a grip on their advocacy with the national government. So this is how we work. Networking and relations with social partners are very important as well. The construction colleagues, well, in the construction sector, the unions and the employers' organization have a very good relation. They are also on the same page with many things. In road transport, for instance, the ETF and the IRU, we are working now on, I'd say, a concept to tackle the third country national drivers. So that is also a very important side of our work. But I think we are quite visible, and transport being of EU competence, we had been having a grip on all transport packages the European Commission and institutions worked on. Port package, railway package, road package, you name it.
Yes, so to your question, the first thing is I would like to come back to this discussion we've had already. That Business Europe does not have clients. Business Europe has members. That's important. So we have member companies across Europe. That's the first point. The second point, if I'm not mistaken, the list of data requirements, now I talk about annex to the e-declaration, is not the choice of companies. The discussion is about what will be in the list of data requirements that companies have to submit the information on. We started with the very smart proposal from the Commission. It has been enlarged by the Council to accommodate national needs. Then the Parliament has also its say. We have also published our opinion as businesses indicating what data is we can provide this data, what data is complicated. We also added one of the points at the request of our Spanish member. So the list, as I understand this, and I have been working on the file for many years, it is to be the same for everybody. And then the question is whether the countries will adhere to it or not. We, of course, plead to all the member states to adhere it gradually to it, because the economy of scale and the impact in Europe we will have only if ideally all member states will adhere. I understand the difficulties. I understand that many countries have invested in their own digital systems. So there are technical possibilities to plug in the system, but that's a different discussion. And the third point on investment. Well, we talk about money here. We invest when we have the return on investment. So maybe the question is about the return on investment that is available in the EU, the help, support for companies, and encouragement to invest. There is recent example from Cyprus, a big company moving to Spain exactly for this, because they have been offered better conditions for investment. And we talked about billions of euros. So this is a very good question, a very important question. What companies to invest in Europe, stay in Europe, not only startup, but also scale up? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll still have time for maybe one question, and then we move the rest for the lunch break. Please.
Thank you very much. Natalia Brejsa, Free Trade Union Confederation of Latvia. I have one question to the representative of European Commission, Mr. Kazov. Sorry. The representatives of this panel, they acknowledged the necessity for clear, transparent rules, but we also talked about necessity of enforcement and abilities of labor inspectorates to enforce it. Let's face it, the main instrument to enforce declared work is the national labor inspectorates, who are really checking requirements, checking how responsible are employers on national level. At the same time, recently, with ongoing events globally, more and more resources are allocated exactly to defense, and the National Labor Inspectorate is totally not the priority. The question, through which European instruments is it possible for European Commission to encourage strongly national member states and governments to allocate more resources to labor inspectorates, be it maybe European semester and recommendations, maybe upcoming mobility package, maybe new legislative instruments, but what would be the instruments where Commission actually would have encouraging possibilities to persuade member states that this is important, and without this, actually, any new written rules just will not work. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. This is not an easy one, but I tried to address it already before that when I said that we need to talk to the ministries of finance. So if you talk to the ministries of finance, those who are actually also negotiating the future budget of the union, you may again attract their attention about all the benefits about trying to overcome the consequences of undeclared work. So the whole conference is about that. And the work of the platform is about that. Tackling these trillions of euros which are disappearing from the economy. And of course, the revenues out of that in terms of taxes, social contributions, which are money that we cannot invest, not only, of course, to reinforce the inspectorates, but that we cannot invest in our, of course, social model. And I think this is very much the key things that needs to be attracted. And there has been attempts to discuss this with the ministers of finance in the past. The Belgian presidency has organized a joint meeting of the finance ministers and employment and social ministers. I think this was a very good way to do, but it's not the only way, because these discussions, it's 70 people around the table. It's good for starting the discussion, but we need much more than that. Now, since we are together and no one is listening, um, there are probably other ways also to incentivize the contributions that are made to the EU budget. National contributions to the EU budget are counted in the deficit and the debt of member states for the moment. Well, this is something the Stability and Growth Pact ministers of finance could adapt tomorrow morning. But of course, this is their task to do. So you see, there are probably models where we can incentivize also the pooling of resources altogether and try to use these resources more efficiently in order to address this. But as I said, there are incentivizations possibilities, especially if you look at the size of the phenomenon, where you could attract their attention. But this is a very difficult, obviously, and complex and sensitive issue. But I think we are far from having reached the conclusion for the moment, and you are totally right. By reinforcing, of course, inspectorates, and by making, of course, the rules, because the regulations, of course, easier and make, as I said, to make declared work easier and something natural, of course, we can actually then recuperate also this investments for societal reasons.
Thank you. Uh, Even if we would love to go with the discussion further, I think we are already behind the schedule, so we will close our discussion here for the first panel. So as a conclusion, it was clear from the discussion that declared work is not only an administrative requirement, it's actually the fundamental condition for fair labor mobility and quality jobs. And I think for making this happen, as it was underlined several times during our discussion, better enforcement, but also better cooperation, coordinated cooperation at EU level, national level, close cooperation with social partners, better tools, digital tools to improve transparency when we talk about the mobility. And also, and I would like to have this as a final and key takeaway point, making declared work the easy and the best path of doing work. So making it easy and the desirable way of doing business would be the takeaway. So I would like to thank you to our panelists and to the audience for this insightful exchange. And I will give back the floor to our ELA colleagues to tell us more practical information about the lunch. Thank you. I'd like to thank the section.
Thank you, Professor Horodnik. Thank you, all the panelists, for the very stimulating discussion. Just before we go for lunch, I will give you some small practical information. So we will have lunch. When you go out, you go to the left, to the restaurant. After the lunch at 2 o'clock, we will have the anniversary photo of all of you. So please, at 2 o'clock, you should convene outside, just in front of the hotel at the stairs. There will be a photographer to take a family photo. Right after the family photo, we will go to the terrace, just opposite side of this room. Outside, we will cut the cake and celebrate the anniversary of the platform. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
ένα-δύο, 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 τρία, τέσσερα, 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 ναι, ένα-δύο, 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 τρία, τέσσερα, ένα-δύο, 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 τρία, ένα-δύο, 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 τρία, τέσσερα, τέσσερα, ένα-δύο, 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 ναι,
Δεν ακούγεται. 1, 2, 3, 4. Οκ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Είναι έτοιμο. Είναι έτοιμο γιατί αυτό είναι δίπλα. Ναι, λίγο χαμήλωσε το. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Κοίτα με, κάνω αυτό που κάνει ο Παναγιώτης, αν μπορείς να δεις. Το κόψες αφού. Το κόψες. Ό,τι και αν έκανες, νομίζω τώρα είναι μια χαρά. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Καλησπέρα σας. Όχι, πολύ καλύτερο. Δεν πλησιάζει καν για να... Όπα. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Έχει και λίγο ο χώρος. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Λίγο ακόμα χαμήλωσε. Δεν μπορείς να κόψεις λίγο ψηλά νομίζω είναι. Λίγο ψηλές. Τώρα, ναι, ναι, ναι. Κόπηκαν τελείως. Λίγο αύξησε τις ψηλές για να ακούγεται καλύτερα. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Λίγο αύξησε τις ακόμα. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Νομίζω λίγο ακόμα. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Νομίζω είναι καλά. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ο κύριος Μιχάλης.
So good morning, rather good afternoon. Does it work well? I think you can hear well, yes? I think it works better than before. I'm practicing because we are changing the mics. Yes, so I will be soon welcoming all the panelists, and the sound is good in the back as well. Okay, very good. So in case other panelists would also like to have this solution, we can also provide a few more of those, yes? We have... Okay, so we have only one more of those. Okay, so then it will be only me and the other ones will have a handheld. And yes? Does it work now? Okay, it does. Fine. Okay.
So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch and the cake and the wine. We will now move on to the next panel, which is on the topic From Cooperation to Impact, Reflections on a Decade of the Platform Tackling Undeclared Work. And Christoph Pandas, our colleague, he will lead this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia, for the introduction, and good afternoon. Indeed, I will have a pleasure to moderate this panel, looking back at the decade of increased cooperation within the framework of a European platform tackling undeclared work. So as you all know, we gathered here because of this anniversary, because of the 10th years milestones of increased cooperation across Europe in tackling undeclared work. And all these kind of milestones provide a good opportunity to look back how the platform supported member states over the last 10 years, but also a good opportunity to look towards the future, what is ahead of us and how we can shape this cooperation for the years to come. And to do it together, I will have a pleasure to discuss here with 4 distinguished panelists joining us here in Larnaca. And I would like to introduce them, starting with Alexandra sitting next to me. So Alexandra Brumu is the head of Directorate of Planning and Coordination of Labor Relations Inspections at the Hellenic Labor Inspectorate in Greece. Alexandra has been the platform member for a few years and very active platform member, also involved in many activities of the platform. Then we have Bart Stalpart, I would say a long-standing member of the platform, the Director General of the Social Information Investigation Service in Belgium, and also, and importantly, the co-chair of the platform since 5-6 years already. So quite a while, supporting us very closely in ELA's activities on tackling undeclared work. Päivi Kandanen, I would say also very long-standing member of the platform, and actually from its inception. So we could have seen Päivi on the picture previously, which showed the platform in its initial moment. Päivi is a ministerial advisor at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment in Finland. And finally, Riz de Boer, who is not a platform member and has never been a platform member actually, but has been following the platform a bit from the distance, and is Inspector General at the Netherlands Labour Authority, and also, and importantly, the chair of ELA Management Board currently. So I'm very much looking forward to our discussion, as we prepared a few questions. And I would like to start with a more general question, looking more at the bigger picture. So over the past 10 years, the platform has brought together, as we already heard, enforcement authorities, ministries, social partners, EU institutions, academics, and other stakeholders to jointly look for the best solutions for tackling undeclared work. And I would like to ask you how this 10 years of joint cooperation change your organization's mindset or strategic approach to combating undeclared work. And I would like to start with Alexandra.
Thank you very much, Christoph. I'm very happy to be here on this anniversary, 10th anniversary of the platform. Let it become 100 years old with the same results, the same efforts, and the same intensity, because so truly the platform for combating undeclared work has helped us, especially all the inspectorates, to examine this problem differently, not as an exercise case by case issue, but as a strategy, a strategic challenge that needs coordination, planning, method, and measurable results. Because if you cannot measure something, you cannot improve it. I would say that first of all, the platform has changed the culture of the inspectorates. It has created a learning culture. We had the opportunity with our colleagues to compare different approaches, different legislations and practices to see what works well and what doesn't work well, to share, that is to say, our experience with our colleagues. And this helped some countries that focused mostly on elimination. We were able to focus on preventing undeclared work and to adjust those ideas, those experiences to the framework of our country, and not trying to reinvent the wheel, but to truly take ideas that had already been applied and adjust them. We have many examples and experiences that arose from the study visits that took place in various countries. I remember the anti-fraud tool in Spain. I remember the letters, the warning letters tool, which is widely used by various countries. That is to say, letters sent to certain employees asking them to comply before proceeding with penalties. These warning letters, let's say, was something that we adopted because we saw that they were very effective in Estonia and Lithuania, and we implemented these measures in 2019 in Greece, and we are still implementing it, and we've seen compliance. On the other hand, I would say that Greece was, of course, on the way of digitization, but at the same time, when we experienced other states being on the same path as us, we focused even more on digitization, and especially the risk-taking methods. I mean, we used all of this data that we had at our disposal, and we had the possibility to identify companies that were violating the legislation, and then we targeted the inspections, and thus the inspections became smarter and more effective. And the third thing, I would say that we also followed the logic that that tackling of undeclared work requires coherent action across systems and stakeholders. In Greece, we say we are as strong as we are united, and that's something that we also saw through the platform. Just this in summary and really quickly.
I think the next one.
Yes. Unfortunately, Alexandra, my thing didn't work, so I have not any clue what you said, but I totally agree with you. So thank you for this. So if it's possible to have another headset, please. Yes. So the same question. I think for us, and I think I will not be alone, that the biggest mindset was what we learned 10 years ago was the so-called holistic approach. A very expensive word. In the beginning, nobody knew really exactly what was it. But then we understood that it's about an integrated approach and altogether from prevention, detection, control, sanction, and recovering, and a holistic, very teamwork oriented, and very oriented in different measures. And I think this is the most important thing. And I will use an image for this, and it's a very Belgian or a French image, because 10 years ago you compare it a little bit like Paris-Roubaix. You know, everybody knows Paris-Roubaix. Yes. No, Paris-Roubaix. I see Jan, he doesn't know Paris-Roubaix. During coffee break, we will explain what is Paris-Roubaix, but it's the world famous race, a race, yes. And 10 years ago, when we started with the platform, we were fighting cross-border fraud like we were racing all alone. In the beginning, we didn't know each other. We were racing like hell for it. It was a long and painful journey sometimes when you compare it on the national level. Over cobblestones, you know, the famous cobblestones, full of uncertainty, shocks, and quite a few moments where you wonder why you even started. Each country was on its own bike, facing the same obstacles, so the same challenges, but perhaps not really moving forward together. And what a platform has changed is that we are now racing as a team, which is very, very good achievement, I think. We share the road together. We share intelligence, knowledge, friendship, and sometimes we try to even help each other to stay upright on those cobblestones that are very, very difficult if you are a race driver. What is the result? Not only did we ride a better race together, but we all crossed the finish line together. I see a lot of familiar faces that were there already in the beginning, and still at the end, we are still here together. But most importantly, for once, and I truly believe in it, it's not the fraudsters who are winning the race. I think it's us on the European level, together with ELA, that we are winning the race. So thank you for this. I give it to Paivi.
Thank you. I'm very pleased and pleasure to be here. And now you take my word, this holistic approach, but always ask us during first years of platform, Päivi, I want to see your holistic approach in Finland. And was our start. But for the first years, 10 years, European platform has clearly influenced our how Finland understand and address undeclared work. And from the very beginning, it was important to us that undeclared work was included in our broader government strategy and action plan in 2016. So this was very good starting point for us. And I should tell you that in Finland, we coordinate strategies, action plans. Undeclared work is included in those action plans since 2016, and misuse of labor. And we have also human trafficking. So we have this model how to do it and try to take on board relevant actors. And in Finland, we have ecosystem on this, that there are same people are everywhere, and they understand, they speak same language, they understand the problems underlying, they are a little bit lighter or more severe. So this is good starting point. Other starting point, how we could support this platform work, that we established from the beginning our national network for undeclared work platform matters. And there are all relevant ministries, authorities. So before the meetings, we share the information, we discuss, and platform is about assessing your own systems, be inspired by other persons, countries' experience. And this is the road what we have done during these years. And of course, you don't always have to change your system, but sometimes mindset, something smaller, how you organize your work, how you cooperate. But a next level was the starting point in 2018, when our network proposed this multi-authority approach that we needed. We were discussing among our network that what we are missing, what we need. And then we noticed that we need a structured model for cooperation. And it started there. And now in 2018, it was National Police Board in Finland who were tasked to convene first meeting. Then it followed pilot project, which was quite successful. One pilot was not so good, but then we started to proceed on this issue. Then it was Police Academy made a research and even certain kind of model how to cooperate. And then police or authorities make their own. So this is how we have influence in a multi-authority approach. And of course, it has to be cost effective, certain goals, etc. We have English this available. So this is a very important aspect for us. Even if Finnish authorities already had good tradition of working together, but the platform have reinforced the understanding that undeclared work is not only labor inspection issue, it's closely linked to taxation, social security, cross-border mobility, and of course, posting of workers. This is the area that remains a constant challenge for enforcement authorities. And we have benefited many actions what platform and ELA had provided. Our experts have participated mutual assistance project, peer learning, and other activities. This has been very valuable, appreciated, and nowadays intensified. So through these seminars, workshops, and expert exchange, we have learned how similar challenges are addressed in other countries. And this has strengthened our focus on prevention, communication, and continuous dialogue. And it has also helped us understand that national contexts are different. And this matter, cultural differences, labor market structures, and mindset influence the reasons behind undeclared work. And we should notice when tackling what is the root cause is that you have proper remedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I, in turn, would also like to thank the Cypriot authorities for organizing this celebratory event. I clearly recall that the Netherlands held the presidency exactly 10 years ago, so in the first half of 2016. And I looked up the exact date in my agenda, and it was on the 27th of May of year 2016 that the launching event for the platform was held. So that was exactly 10 years ago. And speakers on that occasion were the commissioner, Marianne Thijssen at the time, and myself on behalf of the Dutch presidency. Now, we're talking about the mindset and the change in mindset. And I think the platform has clearly done that. And three major examples stand out in my mind. First, in the run-up to the to the platform, I recall that the former Director General at the European Commission for Social Affairs, he was saying that we have free movement of workers, but we don't have free movement of inspectors. Now, this was accurate at the time, but it's absolutely not accurate nowadays. The intensity of the contacts and the many occasions on which inspectors from one member state join in inspections in another state has been multiplying rapidly. So second issue which has transformed the mindset, I think, the platform has provided a stepping stone towards the establishment of ELA. Marianne Thijssen, with her background in the European Parliament and reinforcing banking supervision in the wake of the financial crisis, as well as my own financial markets experience, we were both at that time questioning the growing discrepancy between the supervision of capital and labor. And there's no doubt that her thinking on this has influenced and fed into President Juncker's State of the Union address in 2017, when the idea of the European Labour Authority was born. And when indeed President Juncker said that it was absurd that we didn't have such an authority already. And the third issue with regard to the mindset is that the treaty sets our goal as an ever closer union. I think you're all familiar with the words. And to me, the wording of the treaty is splendid, because it recognizes the imperfect world that we have to contend with every day, the patchwork of national and EU legislation that we have to work with every day, but it also makes it very clear that closer integration, simplification, and unison are the goals to strive for. And this is where the platform has had its most significant added value, I think, in the past 10 years, in laying bare the bogus schemes, the constructions that have been set up to circumvent labor laws, to evade taxation and social premiums. And with the toolkits and guidelines that the platform has produced, it helps to detect schemes, but it also helps in converting undeclared work into regular jobs. And in the end, that's what we work toward, I think, improvement and improvements for all EU citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I may just try to summarize, should give me an automatic. Okay. That's what I was thinking. No, I think it should work now. That's good. Now it's turned on here. Can you hear me now? Yes, thank you. Well, I was trying just to summarize briefly. I believe that if I may put it in one sentence, this 10 years and the broader, the bigger picture which we looked at. So instead of, let's say, trying to reinvent the wheel and racing alone, we have a more model for a structured cooperation and a stepping stone for ELA, which exposed indeed the bogus schemes in Europe. And I would say this is the key takeaway I take for this first round of exchanges. And now I would like to move to the second question, which will be directed to Päivi and to Ritz. And this question is if you could recall one specific platform meeting or another activity, such as a report or a workshop, that inspired a concrete shift in how your authorities work. And maybe this we could start with Ritz now, so we go in the opposite direction.
Thank you very much. Well, I think again I would say three things. The first, I think, is that platform work, digital platforms. Let's say 10 years ago, they were almost non-existent, and nowadays they are very pervasive in everyday life in the European Union. And I think the platform has done a great deal in trying to get to grips with this technological but also societal phenomenon. So platform work, that would be one thing the platform has greatly contributed to. And then with regard to the Netherlands, maybe bogus self-employment. And this is probably because, well, as you were saying, we were cycling alone maybe in the past, and now we're le peloton, as they say in French, the platoon. of cyclists are going it along. Now, with regard to bogus self-employment, that's a particular issue in the Netherlands. There's a high rate of self-employed people, and we've also discovered that there's a great deal of bogus self-employment. Now, we're not alone in that, in the European Union, and the work of the platform, I think, has contributed greatly to understanding what's different in the Netherlands from other countries, and what also are the similarities, because we're not alone. There's a number of other countries experiencing the same issues. And third, I think the platform has helped to gain a deeper understanding of the business models of temporary work agencies, who are fundamental intermediaries in the labor market. And it has helped, I think, uncover for all of us, but it has, especially in the Netherlands, has helped us a lot in understanding these business models. For example, the type of constructions they try to set up nowadays with third country nationals. An issue was already mentioned this morning. And also the detrimental role of these intermediaries. And I think the work of the platform has really helped us in the Netherlands to put forward legislation which is going to take effect on the 1st of January 2027. And this will reintroduce the obligation for temporary work agencies to have basically to have a license to operate and to have a permit, because up till now this has been a sector which which everyone basically could start up a temporary work agency. So I do think that the contribution of the platform has been tremendous in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say a couple of things. Of course, first meeting, I was hesitant, and we were hesitant how to work with platform, and then we set up this network. And it's a light structure, but it's important that there are important people who know the matters and can give you responses on behalf of Finland. So we try to find a way that how we can present when we come here with Kirsi and our colleagues, that we have some kind of overview with different authorities, that what is our main messages. We try to do that, really, but of course it depends on the timetables, etc. But now our knowledge has increased, and not always need our network so heavily, but it depends. But then I would like to mention what was discussed during the first panel. We organized in 2017 Helsinki first thematic workshop, and the title was Data Mining, and it was aiming more efficient enforcement. So we started during that time also discussing data mining. Information data is power for authorities, but you have to have a whole of the view picture, how to do it, what are the legal consequences, how you should do it, what are the problems. So this workshop concentrated national and cross-border data sharing initiative discussions on minimum requirement for efficient data mining systems, challenges, and how to make systems more productive and more useful for authorities. And this, what we discussed today also, digitalization. And we even visited after that in Belgium, I think so, it was. And there was, I don't remember all the content, but they had maybe cost-effective and quite simple way how they did it during that time. I don't know how they have proceeded on that, but this discussion is there, and it's still today quite relevant, because it makes analytical work much more easier if you can even combine different authorities' information. So I think that this is a relevant aspect for the future also. And of course, I have been participated during the first years many events, and of course, construction sector is always there. And about information who are on the construction site. It should be transparency, and authorities should know if you are self-employed or worker, who are there, who is the employer. In 15 years ago in Finland, there was slogan what I heard today that workers don't know who is their employer. It's very sad to hear. In Finland, the situation improved because we have introduced many measures during the 15 years in construction sector, and we have set light on those who are there, and our authorities have this information for tax authorities and also authorities. So it's important. And we should also learn from other history like this data mining, but there are so many different studies, reports, that if you want to make things better, you can look it and act responsibly way in order to identify where we have problem, how to resolve it. It is starting point. This is my recollection on this.
Thank you. I haven't touched it. Even this time. Right. Yeah, but it should not switch. So, yes, I just wanted to highlight that on the side of ELA, it's always very, I would say, motivating and very rewarding when we hear back the feedback from national authorities that following the activities which we organize, there are changes in legislation, there are new practices introduced on the ground with success. So I think it always gives us a lot of indeed energy and motivation for our work to see these tangible results. And now I would like to move to the question to Bart and Alexandra concerning your experiences with the support offered by ELA in the type of mutual assistance project or targeted analytical support. If you could tell us more about your experiences.
I can start. Okay, thank you. Yes, you see, techniques is very important. It's one of the biggest challenges, I think, digitalization and technical support also for inspectors. Because, as you said, RITS platform workers, they are using digital tools, and we need also digital tools to detect them. But this was not the question, of course. I have to go to the mutual assisted and targeted analytical support. I'm very grateful. I will start with this because I think this is the way forward. Um, um, we are struggling, as we all struggle, with some challenges, and I think if ELA can help us with some challenges, this is good. I think this is the purpose for everybody, because if you are helping Belgium, sometimes it could also be transposed to other countries, and this is good. So what did we do? I already told you about the holistic approach. We transposed it in our strategic action plan for the fight against social fraud, which we transposed, of course, in operational action plans. We learn from Ritz, his organization during staff exchange, but also from Wim and others during the platform, that they are using what they called the employers pyramid. So Egyptian pyramid. On top, you have the bad guys, and on the base, you have, in fact, those who would like to comply but are not really aware of the rights and the rules. So what we did together with the platform is, of course, for the base to inform them, to have communication campaigns. But one of the biggest challenges that we are facing, and I think we are not alone, is you asked me what is the outcome of this targeted analytical support. And sometimes we are facing the problem, what is in fact outcome of our work? So we set up together with specialists from different, with ELA, not only the campaign, also we did it with the platform Undeclared Work itself during the beginning. I remember Renars, his initiative. But what is the effect of these communication campaigns? So we asked ELA, can you help us with that? What is in fact the outcome of this campaign? And what did they do? They gave us very high skilled people, because we cannot always, we have of course to apply the rules, and it's about budget reasons and whatever on the national level. So we could use very high skilled, and it's the professor here is present. She's here, she's Professor Joanna Horowitz. She helped us to set up this communication effect measurement. And I think it's important that we know what we are doing is really helpful. And perhaps this result of the campaign, because it was a report, of course, it could be transposed to other countries as well. That's one thing. Staff exchanges, also mutual assistance program in the staff exchange. I refer to Holland, where we learned they have very advanced things on measuring impact. I'm always referring, and people who know me in the platform, I'm always asking for helping us to measure impact, because everybody wants to know, everybody, political side, social partners here present, but also the Commission, ELA themselves, what is the effect of what we are doing? Do we reach our goals? And do we see a change? So communication campaign is one step in the prevention area. And now we have a next support from ELA, more in the operational of the operations of the inspection, the controls. So now we are looking together with specialists of ELA and experts how we can improve on a more scientific based approach our way we are conducting joint inspections in Belgium. If we reach a result, and I'm pretty sure we will reach a result, of course, we will share it together with our colleagues from other member states in the platform. And I think, and Päivi already mentioned, sharing knowledge is one of the biggest achievements of the platform during the college. And I give you a concrete example, and then I will stop here, because otherwise I will speak the whole day. When I was entering the building today, my colleague from Spain came to me and he said, "Can we have some questions for you? Can you help me?" It has nothing to do with risk analysis. It has nothing to do with mutual assistance, whatever, but it has to do with people who trust you and they ask questions. And it's thanks to you, ELA, and the Commission, that we reach this kind of trust level. And I think this is the most important outcome of our work together as an inspectorate, representatives of inspectorates, that we reach this kind of level of trust. Thank you. Sorry to be a little bit long.
So I guess it's my turn. It's my turn. Can you hear me? Bart, can you hear me? So, as a country, we also used analytical support in order to assess scientifically and technically a new tool that was developed on a national level, a tool of algorithmic management of large volume of data, business intelligence tool. And I explain what was the problem, or rather what was the situation. The situation in Greece is, as I've said, that we invested a lot in digital controls with tablets. All of the inspections, all the controls are done with tablets. Everything is included in the platform. We see the history of violation, all the data of the labor life of the workers from the moment that they started working till the moment they stopped is included in the information technology system known as Ergani. And recently, with the introduction of the digital labor card, we record real-time data with regard to work. That is to say, inspectors every day have daily infinite data that they have to make use of. Digitalization and inspection, but the traditional form must change. There's no point anymore for the Greek inspectorate, or rather it does have some point, but we have to leave behind autopsy, let's say, since inspections can be done remotely on the basis of the data that we have at our disposal. So data mining is the new challenge for Greece. In order to tackle this challenge, we cannot follow traditional methods with expert spreadsheets and calculations. We must use business intelligence, algorithms, etc. So we used BINS BI tool by Microsoft, and our inspectors have at their disposal this tool. So this tool, we thought it was useful to scientifically assess it with the assistance of the European Labour Authority and to include it in our workflow. That is to say, to create a business guide with instructions to these inspectors to guide them, of course, with the help of the scientific part of ELA and the inspectors who help get this job done, in order to learn how to access the system, what data to mine. And also there were certain issues of data security, cybersecurity. This is an ongoing project, and we expect its result to create further trust to the organization, the inspectors to be able to use this tool more confidently, the inspections to be more targeted and to identify accurately the violations, especially the undeclared work and the working time. And we look forward to the project being completed so that we can present the results to you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Bart. Indeed, often when we receive some ideas from you, some requests for support, we also lack the necessary expertise in-house, but we're also very happy to reach out to the external experts to broaden the network. I think this is also the great benefit of what we can achieve together when we look for expertise also beyond our own institutions. But trust is something which external experts cannot bring. So this comes really from the network itself and comes with time. Now I'd like to move to the next questions, and this is actually a simple question. So after 10 years of sharing learning and working together, how did the platform network change cross-border cooperation? And I would like to start with Alexandra.
Truth be told, the issues handled by the platform, such as undeclared work, are also have also to do with cross-border mobility. So we know what are the risk indices, the inspections techniques, the challenges of enforcement, and this accelerates learning. All of us here have agreed that we've learned a lot, even if there was no agreement as to what is undeclared and underdeclared work. There's not a specific definition, like my colleague said, but at the end of the day, we've become wiser. We've acquired techniques and inspection methods methods, and therefore our cooperation can become better. We can pick up the phone, we can organize joint inspections with ELA and with the rest of our partners, and this can, let's say, help us overcome any disagreements or differences. This platform has created this trust, just like everybody has said. We are familiarized with the same concepts. We know what it means to to create a target on the basis of risk analysis. We know what is needed, and therefore, let's say we are on the way. We have opened the pathway for good cooperation, joint inspections that are already taking place and already have results in very problematic areas such as the construction sector, road transport, etc., but also other sectors where we conduct joint inspections, and we see that there are results at the end of the day.
Thank you. So totally agree. Totally agree. I think to repeat myself, but biggest change, it's trust and speed. Trust, yeah. I think it's obvious that we trust each other. Although there are different cultures, different competences, although there are different political views sometimes in each member state, we try to agree on something that is familiar for all of us, the challenges and the objectives that are behind this. So we understand each other, and I totally agree with Alexandra when she says also in very sensitive areas for us. For instance, this construction, very important, very sensitive topic. But when we talk to the Eastern countries, transportation sector is very sensitive. And when I started 10 years ago, it was a difficult subject. But now we can discuss it together, and we are doing CGIs together. So I think this is all related to who's behind the network and who is doing it, and to respect each other's views and competences. So the result is more inspections, faster information exchange, and I think also a shift from us versus them to us together against fraud. Because we have to be honest, and I think it's said in also in the beginning of this event, fraudsters have been working cross-border for years. It was time that we caught up with them and doing the same. So thank you for this.
Thank you. I totally agree, both. But I could say a couple of general words about Finland's participation in ELA's work and platform. This has strengthened further over years, and our national cooperation network members and their organizations are strongly committed to this work. And after COVID, the use of hybrid participation model made it easier for a wider group of authorities to take part in meetings, seminars, and thematic activities. Shared learning, it's important. It's not only Päivi or Kirsi or a couple of people who come here to listen. We need wider audience because they are doing the work on the ground. So we appreciate that. And this has clearly improved learning, continuity, and engagement. Authorities are better able to follow developments, share experience, and maintain regular contact with their counterparts in other parts of the member states. And 10 years ago, cooperation was often maybe ad hoc, not so structured. Today, authorities know each other, understand each other's system, and can exchange information more effectively. This is important, and this is essential in addressing cross-border phenomena such as bogus self-employed letterbox companies, circumvention of mobility rules as such. And for Finland, cooperation has intensified, especially with Nordic and Baltic partners, but it's expanding, supported by inspectors in exchange and, of course, joint inspection and regular dialogue, which facilitated by the platform and ELA. Even when legal frameworks differ, understanding how other countries work and how we can operate, help authorities to act faster and more consistently. And to conclude, platform has also shown that no single national solution fits for all, but good practices can inspire adaptation, and our mutual learning environment cooperation built over 10 years has made our systems and European level cooperation more operational. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With regard to cooperation, I think there's been, as I referenced, tremendous deepening of our mutual insight into what is actually happening on the European labor market. So I think it has the type of cooperation that we've had in the past 10 years has helped us to get a much better joint view of what the issues are. I do have some qualms maybe about all that mutual learning staying within the surroundings of our own group. I do think that a number of insights from the platform and from the work of the European Labour Authority, it would be worth their while for the ministers of social affairs and maybe even the ministers of finance, as was discussed this morning, to take note of that too. And then maybe just to give you a very concrete example of something which would not have been possible 10 years ago, and which this mutual trust that Bart was alluding to has led us to. Only last week, Lithuanian inspectors and Dutch inspectors teamed up for a joint inspection, both in the Netherlands and then a day later, I think, or maybe even the same day in Lithuania. And this was to establish that the company in the Netherlands was indeed a letterbox PO letterbox company, and that the real activity was going on in Lithuania. Now, this type of trust, which is required in order to coordinate such a joint effort, and to together with Lithuania then establish that this whole system was set up to circumvent their legislation, our Dutch legislation, and EU legislation. Well, I think that's the type of results that, well, as I said, would not have been possible in the past. Although it's very time consuming, it takes a lot of organization, but it is worth our while to be doing these things. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are moving towards our last question. And I believe, Ritz, you actually started to slowly reply to that question, even in your answer to the previous one. So I believe it's important for us to look at into the past, into the activities of a platform over the last decade. But it's even more important to look at them thinking about the future and drawing the lessons from what worked and maybe what didn't work over the last years, and think how the platform can evolve to better support your organizations through various activities and events in tackling undeclared work. And I think this is the question I would like to ask you now, and I referred to you, Ritz, because you mentioned this sharing the insights maybe more with other stakeholders, like with ministers of finance, or involving more of a wider group of authorities. So I believe I would start with you then this round of questions, and I would also maybe like to also thank all of you, because so far we have an excellent timekeeping. We are to the minute with the timing, which is also very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Yes, as I said at the beginning, I was there at the launching event, and I looked up in our filing system what my speech contained in 10 years ago. And at that time, I looked back for 40 years, and I recalled a Swedish writer, a Polish poet, and a Hungarian born economist Janos Kornai to illustrate the richness of European culture and of development. And of course, since then, the economic catching up within Europe has been breathtaking. And today, we have been looking back 10 years. And I think we can all agree that tremendous strides have been made. But if we were to project ourselves 10 years into the future, so if we were to give ourselves a rendezvous in 10 years' time, what would we be looking at? And I sure hope to see more of what we have today. But I would also hope that by that time we would be moving to enforcement at the EU level. Not in competition, of course, with national enforcers, but surely in addition. So that's my image for the future, maybe in 10 years' time. Thank you.
Oh, I have no image that kind because, of course, I hope that there wouldn't be undeclared work, etc., and everybody would gain their fair share of what was agreed terms of conditions, etc. But I think that working life and competition is so hard that we have still work to do, and we have to take everybody on board. It's our joint obligation. We all are accountable in our systems, commission, member state, ELA, etc. And we have to listen on the ground what is going on and understand and try to find solutions. It's not always easy, but we can do it, or try to do it, and it's our obligation. But about future, what is important, I think that also what our experience at these kind of national coordination networks or some kind of model how you coordinate things, it's needed, but it's needed to be connected to the ELA work also, and of course wider. So, but we have a set very good basis for that, which I'm very proud of, all of you, and we have made progress. So after 10 years, platform creators achievement is not one single project, tool or report seminar, but the combination of all activities. And most important is trust, shared understanding, and cooperation culture it has built across the Europe. I hope it grows. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's one lesson from the past decade that we have learned is that cooperation works. That's clear. Next step could also be clear. We need to become even faster, smarter, and more data-driven. I'd agree with, of course, with Päivi and Rits. Also, we have a dream that sometimes it's not about joint inspections or concerted inspections, but we have a real enforcement on EU level. We have what we called Plan for Fair Competitions with different social partners from different sectors, and they all mention that we should evolve through a sociopol, like you can compare it a little bit like Europol. It's of course never executed, but you never know. Three priorities stand out for me: real-time or near real-time data exchange. Mr. Kazel already mentioned this this morning about more data. I think also joint European risk analysis capabilities, and I think ELA is doing a great job in this already. Of course, also to continue and to invest in people and skills. Not forget this because it's not all about data. You have to interpret it. Also, the data. You have to, yeah, you have to have the skills to look them up in the different computers. I'm again referring to the platform work. Not easy. The digital elements that are behind these tools. We have basic and very highly experienced inspectors, but they are not data scientists. So we need both of them. For the platform themselves, I think move on to what is Rich, what Rich said. I think it's good that we know each other, we share information, knowledge, and whatever. I think we're doing a great job, but perhaps we could move on to give some recommendations also on another level, and perhaps try to more, if possible, to steer things. Of course, also with respect of subsidiarity. Don't forget this, it's important and sensitive. But why not move on to a tactical level with a platform that you can set up in the future, more coordinated, targeted approaches. Of course, together with the units that already exist, EPAIVI, like what we have in Belgium, you have it, and Ritz, you don't have the problem. You have already a unit who is doing it. So that's for one thing, but also to be ahead of the teams that are important. So third country nationals, already mentioned a couple of times. It is a problem, not the people themselves, of course, but what's behind it. And I think the platform should really push for it more and to see what we can do together in it and perhaps share some recommendations. So the teams should be, we should behind it, and also the tools that we are using. Thanks to the platform, and I'm looking to him, we had seen what works somewhere else. We have drones now, both in Belgium, thanks to Gediminas. We saw it in Lithuania, and I'm grateful for this because I think we should use the knowledge also from other people and perhaps move on the European level to introduce these tools because they are very expensive and we don't have the resources. So you and your ELA, please support us. Thank you.
I'd like to say that the first 10 years of the platform are the years that the platform was at its childhood. Now it has become a teenager and it's going to be an adult. And during these years, it needs to develop, it needs to face the new challenges which will come from the same job market, the same labor market. For example, new trends of labor, digital work, new platforms. For example, migration issues, they will be on the agenda again, but also all challenges which concern issues of subcontracting in the network for the platform for undeclared work. We should hear more voices. We should have presence of the academic community. We should have the social partners. We should have not only labor inspection authorities, but also other authorities such as the tax authorities, and to take these decisions and shape the big picture. And we should ask the customized support, the analytical support, which suits to us. And up to now, our countries have used it, and we see that we have results. So already many businesses have become digital. They acquire systems, digital systems, and they will need guidance on how to develop risk analysis systems, how to use their data safely. A knowledge exchange will be needed. Not so much in the area of legislation, but to have guidance and good knowledge on a practical level. So any new tool is being developed in any country should be presented. The platform is the only way to remain updated, and we want to remain updated in the platform for many years, and we want to be updated and to be able to respond to our duties, and to be responsible and to be on the right track, because some good practices we will adopt them and we will not use some bad practices. This is happening because we see that something better is happening in another country. So there's nothing better than this network, than this information, and than this practical implementation of knowledge. And something else, because the way all these workshops have been organized, a lot of effort has been given from the staff all the colleagues. There is dialogue, we have the questions, we have activation of the inspectors to submit their opinions. So all this system that the platform has followed so far, I think that there should be unanimity, and we are here to make it better.
Thank you very much. So I believe we will see on the 18th birthday of the platform if we manage to reach these ambitious goals both for ELA, as some of them went beyond significantly beyond the platform itself, but also for the platform to be a bit more, I would say, influential and a recommendation giving entity with a more say and more possibility to structure the discussions among on the key issues related to undeclared work in Europe. I would like to now thank you very much for this discussion and for these insights. I believe they were very interesting. They were certainly very noteworthy for me, and I hope for all the panelists, all the participants as well. But I would also like to open the floor for any questions you may have for our panelists. I believe we should still have around 10 minutes, so we can take 1-2 questions from the floor. I see Nenko. So maybe we can maybe we could try to have one round of 2-3 questions to make it more time efficient. If there is a second question, if not, I would just propose to give a mic. I can also share my mic with you, Nenko, maybe. I can just.
Thank you. It's a question for Bart because he's a co-chair of the platform. Excuse me. Bart, I have said for 10 years, I know you maybe from 10 years, and I think the most important thing in the platform is that we have time for discussion, time for sharing opinion. In many cases, a very different opinion, but we start to understand each other maybe 3 or 4 years after we start to know each other. That's why my question to you as a co-chair, but maybe for all of the platform is, do you think that we can save this time for us? I mean, the platform cannot be only the operational unit. Should be a platform as it is, platform for discussing, platform for share opinion, and to have some ideas from the colleagues. Because if we focus only on data sharing or joint inspection, maybe we will lose the outcome of the platform. That's my question, and how you see it for the maybe next 10 years. Yeah, yes, I will resign now officially for my co-chair. No, you didn't say it. No. I'm joking, of course. So thank you, Nenko. Yeah, I totally agree. What you said. It's about understanding. In the beginning, we saw each other first time. I think with the negotiation bilateral with the treaty, and I remember we were sitting like this in front of each other. And now we are sitting different, and non-verbal things show quite a lot of things. And when you entering a meeting from the platform, you see immediately that there's a good vibration and good atmosphere. And it took us some time, but I think we reached this kind of trust. How do you see the future? As I will make the difference between what I personally think and what perhaps could be as a co-chair. I think I will start with co-chair. I think as a co-chair, you have to combine. You have to combine the opinions from the different member states representatives. I think This is the role as a co-chair. So try to, of course, listen very carefully. What are the different issues that are discussed? What is the importance for the different member states? And try to find what are perhaps the combination, the elements that are coming back and are perhaps where we can find a common ground as a co-chair for that could be useful on the European level. So for the ELA, of course, and also for the Commission. I think this is very important. And I think you should have to stay as much as possible neutral. Of course, we have a personal opinion, but I'm trying to distinct this now. As personal, and I said it already, I think, yes, it's about sharing knowledge and information and best practices. I totally agree what you said, that we should keep up the good practices, but perhaps we should move on. And move on in the way that we could reach a tactical level, that we try to set up horizontal more to create more impact. And in the beginning, this will be difficult, pretty sure, because how is it going to be this relationship within the ELA framework? But then again, I think the regulation foresees this, so we could do it. But it's not only about operational, totally agree. It's not only about this. We should be on a more, how do you say it, high level. And what does it mean, high level? High level discuss on topics that are important, but try to also inform, give recommendations to the management boards or set up together with different units, also tactical operations. I don't know, Nanko, but I repeat, subsidiarity principle is very important because otherwise it will not work. I don't know if it's clear, otherwise I will explain it more.
I would like to say on the national point of view, not totally answer to Nenko, but what I have seen, because I come from ministry level, and it's important that we discuss what is the problems, and we have to have solutions. So we need to discuss those, but of course we have to know what is the problem, and then we have to identify different tools, and they might be different. And I have seen always this value that and our roles also, that when we discuss, we have Finland own problems, EU level problems, they go inside sometimes they might be our national problems. But this is the idea that then these discussions are going forward, and of course I hope that political level would tackle some of the issues, start discussing on those and answers maybe, because we all know that there are problems, but how to solve them. So not only operational only, but we need this strategic level work within platform. This is the my feeling on that. But what I have always highlighted, that enforcement authorities need proper tools. We have to understand what they are asking, what they need, what works, what not, and platform can also intensify these discussions as it has.
Yeah, maybe very briefly. I think our advantage is that we are technocrats, and what we're trying to do is, by what our inspectors come across in the field, we're trying to gain an understanding of what it is actually what is actually happening in the labor market, and yeah, basically in our societies. And I think it's extremely valuable, the type of information and the type of analysis that we can base on what it is that our inspectors come across. And I hope I've given a number of examples today, or referred to a number of examples. And I think going forward, that's also the raison d'etre for the platform, to keep doing that, and to keep trying to get a glimpse of what is happening in reality, and analyzing the bogus schemes, And then, of course, eventually, this might also become something which politicians have to be worried about. But it all starts with a decent level of analysis that we as technocrats can bring to the table. Thank you.
I believe there is no further questions, so I would like now to make a round of applause for our panelists. And I would like to invite you to take your seats among the participants, as we will going to still show the video, which will add some additional elements and additional reflection of the last 10 years of the platform.
Since its establishment in 2016, the European platform tackling undeclared work has been a cornerstone of our shared efforts to prevent, deter, and transform undeclared work into declared work.
I would say that the strength of the platform lies in three things. First is it brings people together. Second, it's the possibility to influence, to impact national policies, national operations, and last, good cooperation between member states. That's very important.
Portugal tem sido membro ativo da plataforma.
Portugal has been an active member of the platform, and
on remuneration in 2024 and 25 were a very good example for the outcome of the platform. It was a really great and visible success for us in Germany, and I think it would not have been possible without the platform.
Being all together around the table with inspections, trade unions, employers representative allows us to really learn from each other.
And we were also very glad that we, as the social partners, I think for the first time, were able to also chair together a dedicated session on social ID cards, which is, of course, a very, very important tool, which is a tool that exists mainly in construction in many different countries in Europe.
So we had cases of Lithuania, Belgium, and Greece that have already used type of electronic card to introduce this card in the construction sector. We will be in a position to identify at the spot every person that is in the construction site regarding the legality of their employment, but also their occupation and if they are registered or not in the social insurance fund.
We have different members here with different competences. They are coming from tax administration, social security institutions, or labor inspectorates, and all they have different competences and powers. Now we have moved on to a more structured way by using peer learning dialogues, mutual assistance programs, staff exchanges, and so on, but also output papers from the platform undeclared work.
The platform has accumulated a great deal of achievements. Their work with regard to prevention of undeclared work with third country nationals, or in helping member states to prepare for the adoption of the Platform Work Directive. Their work with preventing labor exploitation with Ukrainian refugees fleeing the war in Ukraine, and very importantly, supporting adoption of innovative digital tools like the use of drones in inspections.
This kind of partnerships gives us possibility to learn from each other, make joint inspection, and create a common understanding what needs to be done in order to tackle misuse of labor and undeclared work.
Member states with their representatives had the opportunity to come closer and exchange ideas and good practices to fight and tackle undeclared work.
To rzeczywiście doświadczenia innych krajów są dla nas bardzo cenne i pomagają nam budować obecnie podczas reformowania Państwowej Inspekcji Pracy takie mechanizmy, które już w innych krajach są wykorzystywane, a o których gdyby nie istnienie platformy, byśmy w ogóle nie mieli pojęcia.
When we work with ID of employees or ID card of employees, which can help during the inspection, which can show who is employer, who is employees.
It has strengthened cooperation between member states, raised awareness through initiatives such as the Youth for Fair Work campaign.
Seja nas campanhas que levamos a cabo e na aprendizagem
both in the campaigns and in the learning process of these campaigns in a more targeted and more assertive way, and through the search for clearer languages so that the problem will become visible in the entire community and that the harm caused can be seen, the harm caused of the undeclared work.
Will keep growing, innovating, and delivering for many years to come.
We now have the chance to be closer to our colleagues in every other EU ministry, or to give the opportunity to our inspectors to exchange ideas and meet with their colleagues in other countries.
The platform really helped us to open our minds. Many member states are really inspiring in this area for us.
So I would like to thank you from ELA side for all those who participated in making this video. And as you know, probably we have this video and all the other campaign videos that we made for Undeclared Work campaign earlier this year. They are all available in YouTube, and there are links also on our website. So please have a look and share further. Here is the picture from 2016 of the platform members. We are very happy to see some of you there and here today as well. Just a reminder how it looked like 10 years ago. And now I would like to thank you, of course, previous panelists and Christoph for hosting the panel. And now we have come to the next panel, the third panel discussion focusing on effective practices in enforcement, cooperation, and capacity building to tackle undeclared work. Please join me in welcoming Jan Drachokupil, who will host this panel. There you are. Thank you.
Yeah. Please join me here on the stage. So what we discussed after lunch was the achievements of the platform in the last 10 years, and we have a chance to continue with the discussions about the approach that we take in the future, also tomorrow. In this panel of all, we will reflect on the experience with the practices to tackle undeclared work on the national level. And we will look at the experience when it comes to enforcement, cooperation between member states, and the capacity building efforts. And these are also areas where ELA offers support to member states when it comes to enforcement, cooperation, and capacity building. So it's only natural that we discuss the experience with these areas here at this conference. And it's my pleasure to welcome three distinguished speakers who are ideally placed to discuss the experience in the national authorities, because they come from authorities who have had a bit pioneering role in developing inspiring policies and practices, policies that we have also discussed or have discussed the experience in various other activities in the platform itself. And it's my deep pleasure to welcome here to my left Preben Buchholz Hansen, who is the Vice Director of Danish Tax Agency in Denmark. Let's welcome Preben. And then in the middle, there's Fernanda Campos, Inspector General in the Authority for Working Conditions in Portugal. And finally, last but not the least, Renatas Luzis, Director of the State Labor Inspectorate in Latvia. I think Preben, Renatas, and Fernanda are not unknown faces to this group. They've been very active within ELA, within the platform, also in the management structures of the ELA Management Board, working group inspections in the platform itself. So these are not new faces, and it's my pleasure to have to discuss with you today. Just technical announcement: the discussion will be mostly in English, but also in Portuguese. So please have your headsets ready. And we will start with a question to all panelists, and I would like you to share with us your experience with one innovative enforcement practice that you have developed in your country, which you with which you have a very positive experience that you would like to share today. So I would start then with you.
The sound, yes. Thank you for the word, and thank you for a nice conference so far. And the most important, sharing information and knowledge is very important. I think in Denmark, I come from the operative part of this, from the tax authority. And we have been working with social dumping, as we call it, or undeclared work, for many years. And since 2012, for the last 14, 15 years, we have been working very close together with the Danish Working Environment Authority and the Danish police. I think the most efficient way is that I don't know if we all like KPIs, but sometimes it's a good thing to have, because I'm in the tax administration. We are a central organization, so I can say to my leaders and my staff that they have to do something, and then they have to do it, and I hope they do it. But the police, they have a central part, and then they have regional parts, and it's almost the same in the Working Environment Authority. But because we have this contract, we have a lot of political focus on this. Every year, we have 2 meetings with directors from the 3 authorities, and we discuss the efforts. What are we going to do? And actually, we have 48 joint actions every year, 14 in the regional level and 8 in national level. And that we go out and visit a big construction site or something, and we control a lot of companies and a lot of employees. So it's quite efficient. And we also do a lot of press, and we have a lot of information. We use our website, we use our social media. We have a lot of direct contact with the branches, social partners, representing Danish industry, all of the different branches, trying to make compliance in the chain. So the discussion how to the lead contractor has an effect on the subcontractors. But of course, it's difficult because money talks, and the cheaper they can get a contract, the better it is for the benefit for their money. Last 3 years, we have had a special enforcement team, task force, where we put the staff from the 3 authorities, police and Danish Working Environment Agency and tax administration, and we focus on the bad guys, all the criminals, all the people who try to benefit on this. And of course, someone in the chain perhaps don't know that they are part in some criminal activities. And the only way, I think it's very important that we go on and on and on. We don't have to make pressure on the bad guys and the people who don't want to follow the rules and are not compliant, and then they are not they pay foul play record, because the competition for compliant companies are very difficult. So as soon as we are finished with the control and turn our back to the company, I'm sure a lot of them just continue cheating. So this special enforcement team, they go out to the same company again and again and again until we have them out of the market, so to speak. So that's one of our main issues. And then the last thing I just want to say now is that direct letters. A lot of in the former panel have discussed how to get information communication. So how to make direct letters with specific informations to the companies and to the laborers. Not just some standard news, but we know you're working here. We know you have income. You have to check your tax reform. That's some of the main issues.
Thank you. Now, the question to you. The question is about the one effective enforcement practice that you would like to share experience with.
Gente. Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to speak in Portuguese. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Cyprus and to wish you a very good and successful presidency. And also I would like to congratulate the platform. Portugal is a member from the beginning, very committed to the platform. We had been a co-chair at the beginning of the platform. And for us, it's a great joy to see the platform flourish in a solid way in the benefit of all of us. And therefore, I would like to congratulate all of us, really. With regards to one practice, or I have different innovative practice, but we haven't really invented anything extraordinary. But together with everything, we keep on evolving in the way we tackle the situations we face. So I can give you an example which it really entailed a great preparation with other authorities. We really have to go to the practice, to the ground with a great degree of preparedness, and this will really guarantee the success. This preparedness, it was an intervention we had in possibly undeclared work, but especially about the qualification of the labor relationship. So what we had to do at the beginning was we sort of conducted a survey of data. We checked the informations of the employers and the employees. Those employees that the employer said they were freelance or sort of that they said they were their own bosses. And basically, we selected the ones that were saying that they were freelance workers, and there was the so-called bogus self-employment, and they had a greater economic dependence. And from that, what we did was to notify greatly the companies. What we did was more than 10,000 notifications with reaching 18,000 workers. With this great scale, this really generated a huge amount of visibility, which was important for us to activate this social warning to really disseminate the harm of this undeclared work. Also, we notified the workers which were really violating the law. And in these letters sent to these workers, we advised them that there were some signals that which may tell us that there was a labor contract, that they could also come to the authority, to the working condition authority. They could check if this labor link, this labor relationship was really as the one they were declaring. Obviously, this had a huge attraction of media, which was very favorable to all of us. For those companies which had been warned and those others which hadn't been notified, they came to us to really try to be compliant. So we had lots of self-compliant companies, but even though we applied some sanctions with a minimum amount close to 1 million, and in the maximum level of these sanctions we applied can reach up to 3 million euros. So what we also did was we studied the contributions, the payment on 30,000 euros of the social taxes, and about 20,000 euros that we were able also to that was basically what we managed to get in the debts for these workers. Just as an example to say that it's very, very important to really get prepared with the engagement of different players, really, which work together in a joint action to help companies to really comply with the law. So that's what we have used really. In our side, we have really all the inspection actions which are going to take place at the national level. This has a sort of a teaching element, and it's going to be very, it's going to play as a deterrent also. And also, if the companies are interested, obviously, that's what we're going to do really. The goal is not to apply the sanction. The goal really is to transform the violation, the irregularity, really into something declared, into the legal contract. So that's what we keep telling the companies, to come to the site, to really get informed, and to really, that's what we try to do really, to announce previously the actions. Obviously, we're not going to go to say which companies we're going to visit, but we tell the society that we're going to be conducting these inspections. And then the scale is very important, so that we can really create this social warning. And this has been a very well tested and successful methodology. Obviously, we're just adjusting really and improving this methodology, better training the inspectors so they could feel more confident. But this was a way which had been very much successful, and we are just improving as we also improve ourselves technologically, so that it will be possible to have a better and greater scale. On the one hand, to really prevent those who want to keep on working without declaring the work, or to really have this legal labor relationship. And on the other hand, the goal of this kind of methodologies is try to avoid the use of undeclared work, that, as we know, these people are more vulnerable, and they are subject really to be victims, to be used with, obviously, these are workers from the more vulnerable sectors of society, those who are used for undeclared work. So this has been really what we have done to really gain scale and to prepare really well before going to the inspection activities with other authorities. We can really be engaged with us. It has been something that it has given us very good results. Thank you.
So we've heard about the interagency cooperation in Denmark, and about the proactive approach to encouraging transition towards declared work based on risk assessment and targeting in Portugal. And now, what about Latvia? What can you share in us about your experience with innovative practices and enforcement?
Well, thank you, Jan. First of all, it's nice to be here, and of course, it's a bit difficult to be the last speaker at the end of the day and to surprise you with something you haven't heard from previous speakers. But if I have to speak about effectiveness and things which are successful, sometimes the little simple things are to be proven to be very successful. If I look back in time, when we started as labor inspectorate and we tackled undeclared work, which is more than 20 years now, the boosts when we had, let's say, some improvement in our let's say performance, they came by, let's say, four elements. First one was actually mentioned also by the panel colleagues here, is looking at the right and improved KPIs. So before KPIs, we had just like a target to go for undeclared work. It was a set number of inspections we have to do per year. So we were carrying this out, but without, let's say, real result, or just, let's say, doing things for things' sake. And once first KPI was introduced, that we really asked our regional inspectorates to look for effectiveness. So they were responsible for the scores they bring back. Right away, the, let's say, results really improved. So we were able to prove that our cases where we go, they make sense. So that was the first booster. After some times, we understood, okay, that's nice that we are having some bad guys caught, so we are doing some improvements. So we are making, let's say, ground more effective, more let's say, competent, more fair. And yet we were looking what's next, what shall change. And like Fernanda, I think you mentioned it as well. We have to look at what's our let's say impact is, and so we set a goal for ourselves again. We didn't ask for anybody else from outside to put the goal on us. We found ourselves that what we want is actually to change undeclared work into declared work. So we set a goal for us to have a certain percentage of, let's say, cases we discovered to become illegal labor relations. And that worked as well. Like Fernando, you mentioned, we use the same approach. So we talked to employees, we explained why it's important. We gave them chance to, let's say, to improve themselves. So maybe reducing some penalties, because the most important goal at the end of the day is that labor relations are, according to the law, the people are protected and things improve. So second pillar, again, thinking back what helped us, and I know it's strange to talk about it, let's say after 20 years, but I learned this year that some countries are still in progress or in that going that direction. Is when legislation allowed us as labor inspectorate, as tax authority, to talk about undeclared work as the one which if it started before our inspection. So what I mean is that the legislation requires that employees have to be declared and labor contracts conducted prior to work. So if we go, person works, he has to be declared. If he's not, well, that's it. And we can prove it very, very efficiently, checking the data, even the timing. Sometimes it's a matter of hours because employers are also trying to be smart, trying to, let's say, declare during the inspection, but we can prove that it was done during our inspection, not before that. So this was really, again, something which helped us to tackle those, let's say, companies who are trying to cheat or to be above the law. And two more elements. I know that it's from the very beginning, from labor inspectorate perspective, when we introduced our even first information systems, we were very much gunning for digitalization, for having it as a system connected with other authorities, so we have access to the data from other authorities. And I know this is one thing. Some countries who have visited us and checked how our system works, this is something which even pleasantly surprised more sophisticated countries, I would say, how much data we could actually get from other authorities. So data-driven elements, I think that's very key to be effective. And last but not least, regarding enforcement practices, what we are doing recently, we have been doing it for, let's say, almost always, but recently we have been really gunning to improve number of joint inspections, number of multi-authority inspections, and trying to convince our partners how important it is, not only for us but also for them, if we join our forces and if we go together. So this is a thing where we are, let's say, doing it right now, and it has shown results. So as the last thing I would like to mention is this multi-authority approach we are trying to structure and become even more effective. Thank you.
Well, you can see that the experience has a lot of in common, when we listen to you reflecting on your experience. And but I would like to stay with runners, and I would like to ask you, one of the key, in a way, innovation that ELA has brought is the tool of consultative and joint inspections, the CJIs. And we often, of course, discuss, be it in management board or at the platform, the experience with CJIs more on the European level. But I would like you to reflect from your national experience to assess, the extent to which CJIs make your work more effective, or where do you see the added value, or any other reflections on that?
Sure. Well, I think from everybody's experience, CGIS is one of, let's say, most valuable things ELA has brought on the table. And just to say very simply, if not ELA, if not possibilities to cooperate for CGIS, in some countries, including my own country, it would be maybe the stop of it or the end of it. If there is no support, so there is even this a small little financial element which is important to conduct CGIs. Without that, we don't have that resources in our budget, and I'm not sure I can beg for it in our government to let's say provide something extra so I can do CGIs with other countries. It would be very, very difficult to do that. So that's the very beginning. without ELA's support. Okay, I'm a bit privileged in Nordic Baltic countries. We have Nordic Council of Ministers who are providing funding for some CGS within the region as well. But as a basics, this is very, very important. So what I'd like to say there are again three elements about CGIs. First, it provides a very effective timing wise speedy information and data exchange with other countries, and that's very, very important when we are speaking about CGIs, because at national level we can go as far to certain level, but there are limits to that. Especially when we speak about cross-border, let's say, elements, or let's say cross-border employment, posting, etc. Without a partner country, you are not able to solve the case alone. So this is very, very important where CGIs are coming in. Secondly, I think it's what CGIs are providing. It's also a field where we can share and learn. It's not only about this one specific case, it's also sharing practices, learning from those practices, taking some good examples back home, trying to see if we can introduce and elaborate them into our practices. And third element, I think it's also always when we are discussing some multi-country cases, it's very important that we are having this mutual understanding. What are regulations in one country? What are regulations in another? What are, let's say, functions, how they differ, what we can do as far as one country can go, what can other do? And recently we had a very successful CGI with our colleagues from Lithuania, where because of, let's say, this fast data information exchange, even on site. So our Lithuanian colleagues were checking some data on site. Something which from, let's say, a front page didn't look like shady. It looked like everything is declared, posting notifications received, so should be normal company. And then our Lithuanian colleagues dug deeper and said, well, listen, but these employees are on vacation in Lithuania, whereas right now they are working in Latvia, or they've been recently fired, and now it seems that they are quite okay and working. So these things you are not able to discover only looking at your national data, and it's very important that you can do these cross-checkings with our partner country, and for that I think CGIs are super important. Thank you.
Thanks, and I would like to do Fernanda and Preben, and platform in its 10 years has tackled some of the emerging issues and challenges, including the platform work, subcontracting chains we discussed already, the digital fraud. And that platform serves as a tool to share experience on the European level. But I wonder, from your national experience, in terms of making sure that you have competences in your authorities to tackle these new challenges, how do you approach it? What is the role of training programs, for instance? And let's start with Fernanda.
Well, actually, the platform and ELA in general has been helping us move forward gently, but has been giving us motivation to evolve in the use of platforms, in training that we offer, and also in information sharing. However, information sharing or data sharing seems to be not enough. And Patrice, I think, mentioned before about having identical concepts, or at least mutually comprehensible concepts, and a clear idea of the roles played by each one, and also being able to read the information, because sharing that but not knowing how others read your data affects our capacity. So it would be interesting to offer training to not necessarily inspectors, but technicians that are involved in that, in a transdisciplinary approach, because undeclared work is very complex. It has very severe variables such as human trafficking. So it requires this transdisciplinarity, and information sharing has been a very important aspect of that, and a very important element in training of our staff and our teams. But we need to go beyond that. We need to have a common reading. That doesn't mean identical, but it means that what I see or read as a labor inspector needs to complement the reading or the inspection performed by a tax authority or social security authority, other authorities involved in the process. And these also should lead to a legal framework that would allow us to evolve even further. So when a company is formed, what does it need to have to be considered a company? What does it need to have to employ people? So here we should, yes, simplify it as much as possible to remove possible excuses to non-compliance, but without losing the ability to work together. So training teams and having this possibility of working not only as a network, but on a common ground, and knowing the clear role of everyone involved at the national level or beyond would be important, as well as reading data in a shared way. Having a shared reading so that we all know what the others are seeing, so that we can really tackle this issue on its multiple dimensions and be more effective. I think that would be an important aspect of our work and would make us evolve even further together, also on a national level. That's what we bet on. Thank you, Fernanda.
What's your experience with or how do you tackle the challenge of making sure that you have the competences to tackle the new challenges in the organization?
Yes, if I had to add on, because I agree with the points that you pointed out. Undeclared work is one of the biggest control projects we have in the Danish tax administration, so it's very prioritized. I think we have to deal with a different level of our staff, of our workers, the tax auditors. Someone have to be specialized in analyzing, collecting data, using data, and putting the data to the control to the auditors in the field, because everybody can't be expert on the same level. Then I think normally when you say you do an audit on a tax declaration, it's last year's tax declaration you are looking at. But I think that the speed is it's speeding up everything. Sometimes we hear about a subcontractor and we go out the next day and they're gone. So the speed is very it's necessary. So of course we use all the networks we can. We have a lot of cooperation with in the Scandinavia, especially with Norway. We look into ELA, we look into OECD. We have a special department in the tax administration who deal with economic fraud, together with the police. Not this kind we are doing, but almost. And they have a lot of databases. They have something called tax intelligence, where they collect a lot of data. They have only them have the possibility to use some of the tools, networks, and analyze who is dealing in the chain. The chain can be very long, a lot of subcontractors. So all these informations, how to put them and find the relevant data. So that's I think we have a lot of individual in my organization that want to try that, but they're not good at it. So keep doing what you are good at. Go out and do the controls. Then we also have the generation issue. I think half half of our staff in undeclared work is 55, 60 plus, and the other half is between 30, 35, 40, because we have had a long period where we didn't hire. So suddenly 2, 3, 4, 5 persons a year or in a month go on pension. So we also have to get new staff and learn them how to do. And then at last, we also have to say we don't do audit the old way. So sometimes we have to say we don't do this anymore. We do it in another way. So how to move the staff to see something else is also important. The digital fraud is an issue for itself. I think you don't believe what you see with your eyes. AI can generate invoices, pictures of building constructions. So if you're not on the site and see with your own eyes what is going on, don't believe it. I think we have a lot of issues, examples where all the documents in the case is AI based. So that's very important. And then the speed of information collecting. So when you see subcontractors in another EU member state or another third-party country, you need to respond at once. So if you get from the competent authority, reply at once. Don't wait 1 or 2 or 3 months, then it's too late.
Thanks, Prabhu. Let me stay with you still. Actually, it was one of my first trips after I joined ELA that I went to Denmark, and I had the pleasure. I actually could see their interagency collaboration. We went to some inspections done together by your authority, the work environment agency, also the police, and so I could see that what you discussed at the beginning in practice. But I also had the pleasure of meeting a data team from your authority, and I was very impressed. And then I had the pleasure of keep meeting colleagues from that team, also in various ELA activities linked to risk assessment. And I hope that I will still have a chance to see them in the context of the subgroup on data and risk assessment that we want to launch in the working group inspections. So your authority is really very advanced when it comes to risk assessment and using data. So I wonder if you could reflect on the experience in terms of opportunities and challenges when it comes to algorithmic risk assessment.
I think that the possibilities are endless. I think it's a matter of how to use it legally. How far is the politicians willing to give us the possibility to use the tools? In Denmark, we are in the tax administration because actually the income information about the citizens are almost more important than to get secret than some of the police matters. So we have quite an issue, but we are discussing it, and I hope we get the possibility to use the AI. If I should say something very low practical, we have I think a lot of you also have that, but digital assistants collecting data. So if you start as a case, I think it was one of the other panels where I discussed this. So former we used to use 10 or 15 hours just to collect information before we go out on the field. Now this digital assistant can prepare the case, make the generalization, and everything is ready on your devices, and then you have saved a lot of time. You can invest in actually controls, and also in the end. Regarding AI, I think one thing, as I mentioned before, with pictures and invoices, I can see we have a lot of cases where the citizens, the companies, they actually challenge us because when we send out a form, we want to raise your income with 100,000 euro or something. We get an AI response. In one of our cases, we have 1,000 pages as a response to this matter. And then our staff has to use hours and hours to check all the references to a lot of other things. So if we are not dealing with AI and using the technology, the criminals, they are ahead of us. So we are actually now behind, I think. And then we don't use our resources efficiently if we don't match up. So I think there's a lot of challenges regarding GDPR. But the best of all, just like another initiative on the EU level is DAC DAC 7, with the exchange of information regarding digital platforms, working platforms, capital platforms, and trading platforms. We all know Volt and Uber and Airbnb and Booking.com. we get these informations. Could we do something like that regarding undeclared work, where we actually get the information, and actually some of the informations are so good and so clean now that we almost can put them on the taxpayers' tax reform, and then we can write to the taxpayer that we can see you have earned 10,000 euro in some country, and then actually we can make it raise his or her income. So the change of information, if you can use some of the DAX, the initiative where we automatically change in almost, I know DAC is one time a year, but could you do it more rapidly? It would also raise. But of course, you have to have all the 27 member states. The legal frame has to be on site to do that.
Well, thanks. Even if we stay on the national level, I think one of the key prerequisite for effective risk assessment is the data interoperability. You even mentioned the European level, but often we observe that it's actually a challenge also on the national level. So I wonder if Fernanda and Tenars could reflect on how member states could seize the potential of data interoperability, and what's the experience in your countries with that?
Well, in 2023, not so long ago, we changed the labor code in Portugal. So this gave our authority the ability to access data of other entities if this was relevant to our work. And that's the direction we have been taking. As you just said, we'll be left behind by criminals if we don't try and catch up, because they have other technical capabilities, and public administration tends to move slower. And it hasn't been easy, despite this interoperability and data sharing. It hasn't been a quick process or a seamless one. It's a daily struggle so that the other relevant parties can understand why our agency needs to collect this data, and also to convince other authorities that joint work will be beneficial to the whole country and will then improve the quality of life, because that's what matters in the end. And this ability of looking for data from other sources allows us to better plan our actions and to target them more, because having reactive inspections is not effective. Well, we can solve one case, of course, that case will be important to one individual, but we won't solve the public situation. And that's what we should be doing for the common good, for social justice. And we won't be able to do our work if we have a door-to-door approach, and if we only perform reactive inspections. And data give us this possibility. We don't have to go looking for where things are, but we have more predictability, and we can have a very effective planning of our actions. And that's the result of the interoperability and the access to data that we have now. And this allows us to be more effective. And we do that with social security, because we have a huge amount of data that are monthly reported by everyone involved, but also by other organs, namely the commercial notary or registry, to identify joint accountability in cases of violations, and also our experience with the tax authority that moves faster than my agency in my country, but we're trying to work to catch up and also engage them, because we're talking about money, about GDP, about quality of life to everyone, and benefiting everyone. So that's the way to go. We should explore technology and use it. I'm not saying it's going to solve all of our problems. Of course, the human element is essential, but it's a must. It's essential. We need to mine data and have better planning, straight to the point planning. That's the most relevant aspect of it.
Well, continuing on data, I think without those, we can say we would be blind, or we would be relying only on our physical senses, so what we hear or what we can see. So of course, data mining and access to reliable and timingly data are super important, both at national and even more so at, let's say, cross-border cooperation. Again, I'd like to provide some example and maybe a hint how say important it is to have the right data. And I think Fernando referred to it a couple of times, how important it is in order to plan your inspections, in order to, let's say, to be more efficient in where you are going. We have a very good initiative in Nordic Baltic network in a hub. We have made an analytic team from each member state with experts who are analyzing data and cross-checking them according to some metrics, according to some, let's say, parameters. So the companies are selected which are, let's say, fitting those risk scales. And based on those data, some companies were selected for checks and for CGI. So I would say it was like a two network cooperation. So using this data analytical team and using ELA for CGIs, we joined these, let's say, both elements, and we conducted inspections. And what we learned is that indeed the companies who are, let's say, fitting those metrics or fitting those risk scales, there were some reasons why we went there. But we also learned a lesson that it is very, very important to be fast in your action. I think a couple of speakers today referred that timing matters, and timing do matter indeed. Like Preben mentioned it as well, you cannot wait months to act. You have to be fast. You have to be, let's say, acting on time. And that we learned that sometimes companies could finish the job and be gone before they say will be gone. So some jobs are conducted sooner than they notify how long they will stay in your country. So you are relying that they will be here or they are not anymore. So indeed, that's super important. And that's why we are really well, we have, let's say, very good access to databases from our partner authorities in Latvia. But when it comes to this cross-border element, I think it's super important that we have partners and they have reliable access in their country house, so we can exchange those data. And we also agreed with colleagues from Lithuania. Again, I'm referring very much to them because we are doing more than cooperation with other countries. Is that the first let's say, exchange, it could be done with this simple ELA tools when we can exchange no personal data, but let's say just simple checking if the company is registered, if the company has certain employees, and we see there is a case, we can start a CGI and we can start the case. So again, timing matters a lot. Thank you.
I was delighted to see recently that this positive experience with the regional cooperation, Baltics, Nordics, and the analytical group we have was actually used to inform the initiative to launch the subgroup on analysis in the ELA working group inspection. So we're delighted that this positive experience is now informing our work, and I'm looking forward to that collaboration. Now, the last question is about the future, and maybe we can take advantage of having a commission here in the listening mode. Antoine is looking at us, and the last question is about if you can make one wish about a possible reform or initiative which would make your work in tackling undeclared work and encouraging transitions towards declared work more effective? Which one reform would you, or initiative would you like to see? Let's start from this side.
I think if you look at the lead contractors or the finance institutes, the banks get some more morality, some demands in the contracts. So I don't know, it's a very political hot topic to talk about how can you push responsibility in the chain because can I be responsible for something 5 down in the chain has done? It's difficult. But they can stop funding and financing projects if they are working with companies that don't follow the rules. So I think the branches can help themselves. There's morality and also money because some of the big companies that are building constructs, the big roads, etc. If there's something wrong, they also get bad image in the public. So I think more responsibility.
So liability provisions in the contracting chains from you, Breben. Fernanda.
I completely agree with you. This legal model of accountability, especially in the outsourcing and also in the public contracting policy, it is essential, I believe. First, in the public purchase activities, in the public contracts, when any state writes a contract of services, for example, with companies which are not law compliant, there is a problem, there's an issue, and this issue has to be identified and it has to be tackled. Portugal has a law in our code which is to oblige to force the companies to really to comply with the legislation in aspects like, for example, as a salary, for example. It is essential to have this legal framework and to have this clear and more synchronized really about the legal framework in the different member states at the level of possible outsourcing and to have clear rules. And we cannot be really able to tackle in an effective way if we don't have a fair, transparent, effective and seamless cooperation among the member states to be able to get there and to tackle. As Ren said, we cannot just wait here and when we get there, the company has just disappeared. There's nothing we can do. And it is really a very important loss for the public. So yes, I completely agree with him.
Well, thank you. But you added also this public procurement aspect to it and the European angle. Now, finally, what's on your wish list, Reynolds?
Well, if I would have some wishes for my national, let's say, perspective, I have named a few. But if we speak a bit more general, I think I would agree with other colleagues in the panel. Even years back when we discussed with colleagues around the world from other continents about responsibility, they showed a very good examples how, let's say, a main contractor or let's say the general company having subcontracting chains can really influence things if they want to. And they went as far as to the let's say highest court, proving that the company who is just providing their label to the shops and chains, they can actually, if they can regulate in which let's say level have certain drinks be placed in a fridge, they certainly can regulate also regulation regarding that employees have to have labor contract and have to be declared. So if I have to make a wish, I would say it's a wish to change of the culture. So this responsibility, we are not just chasing the bad guys, but the companies have this influence and they want to change. So I have seen this happening in health and safety, where good companies are influencing the subcontractors and changing them, how they perceive health and safety. And I believe this could be done also when we speak about undeclared work. Not only that the main winners of let's say procurements are the white ones or they are in a white list, they extend this responsibility and they extend this culture to their contracting partners, and from that to the next level. And that I think will make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. So not much controversy or disagreement on this panel, but maybe if you open it for the questions, maybe something will come up. So colleagues, we would like to order some questions. They don't have to go against what colleagues have been saying, but yeah.
Bonjour, Frédéric Favreau de la Fédération syndicale internationale Unie Europa.
Yes, Frederick speaking. Yes, as a trade unionist, I just had a comment to make with regards to the ELA and these last 10 years. I think there's all the different technical aspects, the exchanges of good practices, that's all fair and well. But there's another practical exchange that can really progress things and that I think we should continue to do. And therein lies the strength of the ELA. We should group together all the actors concerned, all the stakeholders, even actors who we might think are antagonists, trade unionists, for example, or employers, and there we can work together and move forward together. In addition, this cooperation is very important. So throughout my career, I have worked closely with labor inspectorates. There is a symbiosis between the two. We are a trade unionist organization, and we have lots of networks. We can access different spaces. We can have access to different information that may be difficult from an administrative point of view. And for us, labor inspections are very important because that's exactly how we can stop all this bogus employment. So for us, it's a very important question. It's a very important issue. And having better cooperation within the framework of the ELA is something we really have to tap into and strengthen between all stakeholders, in particular trade unionists and labor inspectorates. I wanted to add this because I think it's something important to add. We need to definitely be united. And of course, we would also like to congratulate you for all the work that you have done, and we wish you a very long life ahead.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite still both questions. So I think we can take at least two. Oh, I see gentlemen over there.
Good afternoon. I'm Stefanos Pieridis from OSIOC, the Cyprus Federation for Building Contractors Associations. I would like to talk a little bit about the issue of subcontracting, since it has become quite prevalent in our conversations. I would like to pose some food for thought that perhaps instead of challenging or tackling the mechanism in itself, perhaps we should be looking further into the underlying causes and the reasons behind many of the problems that we are facing. And to be a little bit more specific here, when looking at certain practices or lack thereof, most of the issues reflect back to lack of transparency, lack of clarity, and difficulties in identifying. At least this is what we are hearing, and this is something that seems to be dominating the conversation today. Therefore, perhaps we should be looking at who is the best party in each case to deal with these issues. Who is in the best position to identify, who is in the best position to enforce. And I guess from our part, the concern is that there is a overzealous approach to try and push this onto the employers. We are here to facilitate, we are here to cooperate, we are here to comply with the regulations. What we can do is provide clear information. What we cannot do is replace enforcement or act without the appropriate tools. I have also picked up that inspectors require the right tools. So do we. if we do not have access to labor inspector data, to tax data, to employment status, especially when it's not our own employees, when we're talking about subcontractors. Therefore, we are not able, in many cases, to identify these issues. What we can do is have structural measures, policies, procedures, internal regulations, even contractual and subcontractual provisions. These are things we can do. I would just like you to comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite a third question over there. I think 3 is always a good number. Huh?
Thank you. Actually, in Finland, we have answer to you. We have legislation, what you are asking. I can send information. So in Finland, there was practice on construction site. Social partners agreed that they want to give information on their employers, self-employed, the contracting parties, voluntary to tax authority. This system was legalized. So it's obligatory nowadays. So this is an argument what I hear from you. Employers are willing to give information, access to information for authorities, but they don't want to enforce themselves as such. And this is our road also. But there is a lot of good material also in platform learning papers or best practices. And I think that it's almost up-to-date information, at least quite. Thank you.
So that wasn't a question about a reaction. So I can still have one question, if there is one. I don't see any, but maybe if I wait. No, but we do have actually quite coherent set of comments and questions about the social partner involvement then specifically more on subcontracting. Let's start with Renners this time.
Well, the question is not really easy. I think it will require a separate event to discuss it in full detail. But you touched upon a very, very sensitive, very important elements. I don't think anybody of us, and me including, have gone to or vocally be for let's say putting a need for employers to be inspectors or to be enforcers. I don't think I really meant that in my speech. I'm sorry if that made that impression. But I hear these arguments also at national level for companies for even much smaller elements, like giving you, for instance, example of posting. Everybody here, I think, is familiar with the requirement that a company who is inviting partner organization from other countries or partner organizations employees to do the job for, or some project for them, they are holding certain responsibilities. In our case, it's even difficult to let's say convince employers that what can they do is to check if the company has let's say declared the workers to national authority, which is labor inspectorate in our case. We have provided even digital tools. It could be even mentioned that in one of the, let's say, posting declaration elements, you put an email of the company who is receiving employees. So they got notification right ahead without doing nothing, without asking anything. So they are notified that their partner organization have fulfilled their law. But so far, we are really struggling with convincing that the companies hold some responsibility. I know, again, there are countries like our good neighbors, Lithuania, who have made this responsibility very clear. If something is wrong with posting in your let's say work site, it's on you. That's it. No questions asked. So it's on you. It's not on Polish company or whoever sent those. It's on you. So it's maybe the other way around. But it works. So what I want to say is that we don't ask companies to be inspectors. We can provide necessary means, but what we would like to ask is the companies do check their partners, and that can be checked easily, even by documentation. In health and safety, you can do checks also on work site, but for let's say checks on undeclared work, you can do checks, let's say asking for certain documents, and you can be sure that the partners you are working with, that the people who are in your work site are, let's say, legally okay. And that's, I think, a bare minimum what every company can do.
Well, yes, in fact, we don't want companies. I mean, it's not that we don't want, but it is not up to the companies to force other companies to comply with the law, but they can contribute to that. In the case of the civil construction example of Portugal, a company which contracts or subcontracts the other companies which doesn't comply with the law, when this second subcontracted company is sanctioned or punished by the authority, the the second company has to have this solidarity in responsibility. So this company, the main company, has to have this really this idea to really identify the right company to outsource. In the case of the civil construction, the Portuguese legislation is very clear, and we have a co-responsibility. The leading contracting party, which didn't have the appropriate diligence to really conduct this due diligence and to really check all the different aspects of this outsourced company that probably will end up having this violation. And the value of the sanction applied has to be also responsible, a co-responsibility of the leading contractor. The idea really is to look to your own company and to your own interest, which obviously is going to be very much the same as the public interest, but it's not an imposition really. It's not an obligation for the companies to become inspectors. It's for you, for the employers, to really take care of your own company and to really conduct a due diligence so that you can also outsource the correct and appropriate companies. That's the important thing.
Do it short. Time is running. I can see. In the same area, I think also a bottom-up perspective. I think a lot of workers. I think in the Danish labor force is 14%. 14% is foreign, come from other countries. When I arrived in, and I think a lot of employees want to do it right. Also, highly educated employees want to do it right. When I arrived to Cyprus yesterday, I got an SMS from the Tele company that welcome to Cyprus. You using data, the prices for SMS and etc. Why don't on a European level when you cross a border, welcome to Denmark. Are you a tourist? Have a nice time. If you're working in Denmark, please be aware of a lot of informations and then put on ELA website on the nationality because you know it from the phone. And then the employees that want to do it right can actually do it right. Just an idea. It's for free.
Well, many thanks. Colleagues, Preben, Fernando, Renars, many thanks for this discussion, for sharing your insights. Let's thank the panel in the usual way. So now it's time for a short coffee break, and then we reconvene for the award ceremony, ELA, Good Practices.
Yes, indeed. So we will have the couple of more program points. We will have the closing remarks and also the Good Practice Awards. So please, because we are behind schedule a little bit, we are suggesting to have 15 minutes break, which means that we would be back 17:35. Okay, thank you. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. Now we have come to the program point with the Good Practices Awards, and I will give floor to my colleague Malcolm Shikluna.
Hello. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. I am very happy and surprised to see that the room is full because I was a bit afraid that after the coffee break, many people would find other more attractive events to do. So thank you very much, Pia, for the introduction. It is a pleasure for me to be moderating this panel on good practices under the mandate of the European Labour Authority. As most of you know, every year the European Labour Authority issues a call for the collection of good practices in many different areas within the mandate of the European Labour Authority. And then once a year, we select a selection of exemplary practices and we present them into an ELA conference, and we also award a gift, a memento. So today's session will focus on concrete, practical, and also innovative solutions that help workers and employers better understand their rights and obligations and that support fair labor mobility and effective social security coordination across Europe. As labor mobility becomes more complex in terms of legal, administrative, and also operational, the value of these practices, of these practical tools that work on the ground become more and more important than ever. This is precisely why we issue a call for the collection of good practices every year, and the aim is to identify and to promote these practices across Europe. Every year, these calls highlight initiatives that are not only innovative, but also effective, sustainable, and transferable. Today, we will be showcasing 5 exemplary practices selected from the 2024 and the 2025 calls, and they cover different sectors and policy areas, but they all share a common objective, making compliance clearer, more accessible, and easier to achieve in practice. We will structure the discussion along 2 short thematic clusters, each followed by a brief question and answers before moving to the award ceremony. I will start now by the first cluster, which will be focused on information provision in the road transport sector, particularly in the context of posting and cross-border operations. For this part, I would like to invite 2 speakers who approach the same challenge, information provision, from 2 complementary angles. So I invite Mr. Fernando Moreira from the Portuguese Authority for Working Conditions, who will present a remuneration simulator designed to help posted drivers and companies navigate complex remuneration rules. And also Mr. Tommy Jonsson from the Swedish Transport Workers Union, who will present the Mobile Trade Union Office, an initiative that brings information directly to posted drivers where they work, exactly at truck parking areas. So thank you both for being with us today. And Fernando, let me start with you. What motivated the development of the remuneration simulator, and what problem were you trying to solve with the simulator? And I understand that you will be speaking in Portuguese, so I would invite colleagues and participants to put on their headphones. Okay.
To led to the development of this simulator, in this case, for drivers, was informing, because we have authority for working conditions. In our authority for working conditions, one of our roles is to give information to workers and to employers and all the social roles. So one of our missions is giving them information, and we try to simplify as much as possible the situation of posted drivers and their compensations and their remunerations. So considering the complexity of the working conventions, we notice that if we could write a text, if we could have a text with this element of these remunerations, this could be very useful. And without that, it would be difficult to understand. So it was easier for us to create these simulators for posted drivers. And we're talking about simulators that are used by drivers that transport goods and passengers. And our entity has been developing a number of simulators since 2017. And we currently have 12 of these simulators on our website. And why do we use them? We offer access to them so that every worker can have access to information. When they have access to information, they can inform us of irregularities. If they are not getting, for example, the remuneration they are supposed to receive. Another reason was tackling undeclared work or partially undeclared work. And this is the objective of all of our simulators. It's tackling undeclared work so that users themselves are able to give us this information so that we can really sanction, if necessary, these employers. This is one of the objectives. On the other hand, on our having the simulators available on our website has a big advantage. They can be accessed 24/7, and workers can use them all the time and not limited to our working hours. So this is a big advantage of the simulators. If users notice that if they are in an irregular employment situation, they can inform our inspectors, and then we go to the ground and perform an inspection. That's why the simulators are important, because they give us this type of information, and also the user themselves are the ones to inform us about their employment situation. So that was the big aim of having the simulators.
Thank you very much, Fernando, for the clear explanation of the simulator. This is a very good example of how digitalization can reduce uncertainty and also improve understanding in a highly regulated sector. So, Tommy, let me turn to you now. Your initiative takes a very different approach, bringing information literally directly to drivers on the ground. So, can you share a bit with us your experience so far? And has these mobile trade union offices been effective in reaching drivers? And what is the impact that you have seen in terms of improving awareness and compliance with the rules?
First of all, this was a cooperation with the city of my home town, Jönköping, and our local department from the transport union. I got the money from the union, I got the office from the city, and I did the field work. So I was there for 6 months, almost every Saturday, and it took a while before they trusted me and they looked at me, but in the end, it's not an authority guy, it's a union guy. And then they split the eyes. So then we started to talk to each other and started to get trust to each other. And the effect has been positive about spreading information. I got material from ELA, I got these leaflets, and I got it in the driver's home language so they can read it. And I posted on the office this posted with QR codes so they could go there and shoot the code and they can go back in the cabin in the truck and read it whenever they wanted. As I understand, these drivers spread the words about this guy representing union almost across Europe because we work together. And he has good information. We get information from ELA and we get information about regulation, for example, when they work in Sweden. One positive outcome is we showed that we work together across borders. If they have problems, question, I have these leaflets, big letterbox with every country's home leaflets, but I also get leaflets from the home country union. So they always get information where can I contact my home country union to get help. And there was some occasion I helped drivers to contact the home country union to get vacation salary or whatever. Regarding compliance with a mobility package, it's not so good. I think the situation is rather worse because the driver are often in a position of dependence on the employer, and they don't dare to say against the employer. And when it comes to third country drivers, it's even worse. I met drivers from India, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Africa. They don't talk to the employer and they don't raise their voice because they are afraid to lose their work. And I think here we have a problem that we have to address, to inform them more and perhaps more collaboration with the authorities, labor inspectors, because the unions have the knowledge where to look, where to go and find these drivers and the companies. At last, I got in contact with a member of the European Parliament who wanted to know all about this project. And he said, I will now go home and request for funds to do the same project all over Europe. And that's a good result. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. So thank you very much, Tommy, and thank you for sharing these experiences with us. In fact, these are realities which we are aware that they are faced in almost every sector, especially when their country nationals are involved and they are literally at the mercy of their employer and they are very afraid to bring issues of non-compliance to the authorities. So thank you very much, and I hope that with your work and with this mobile trade union office, you are making a difference, but also in the hope that other member states and other unions perhaps could also copy this good practice to start the same approach in that member states. What is interesting here is how these two practices, one digital and one physical, pursue the same objective, making rights and obligations understandable and actionable in everyday reality. I would like to thank our speakers, but I will now like to move to the second cluster, and you can stay here. And I would like to invite the next three speakers. So I would invite Ms. Mariana Lundqvist from the Finnish Center for Pensions, presenting a digital service supporting the understanding of social security contributions in cross-border situations. I would also like to invite Ms. Denitsa Nikolova from the Bulgarian General Labor Inspectorate, presenting a digital self-assessment tool to prevent undeclared work, and Ms. Nadej Turko from Iperia in France, who will present the RAVI initiative, which supports professionalization and retention in the home care sector. Although these practices operate in different contexts, they share a common objective, that is empowering workers and employers through clear and practical solutions. I will again ask the three of you one question, and of course, as agreed, I kindly ask you to keep the reply quite short. So Mariana, I will start with you. Your initiative addresses the complexity of determining social security contributions, particularly in cross-border employment situations where responsibilities are not always immediately clear. So if you could share with us what was the main challenge for employers and workers in understanding and determining social security contributions in cross-border situation, and how did your initiative help to simplify the process in practice?
Thank you. First, it's a pleasure to be here in this panel, and we are very honored to be selected as one of the good practice this year. So I will briefly answer your question and explain what we did in practice. So our starting point was a very concrete challenge for employers and employees who are in cross-border situations, understanding how to handle and pay the social security contributions can be very challenging. In each country is difficult and they change. So as we all know, the rules are very complex and they change in every country. For example, in Finland, we have a decentralized system, which means that we have a lot of different kind of contributions and they are due to pay in different institutions, in different kind of systems and so on. So that can be challenging even for Finnish employer, but also the foreign employers. So in practice, this means uncertainty. Employers are unsure which contributions they are due to pay and where. Also, workers do not know if they are correctly insured and which payments they should pay themselves. We and other authorities receive a lot of same kind of questions again and again about the contributions, and unintentional fraud and error also occurs. So the main challenge is not that there are no rules or no information, but they are quite hard to understand and they are spread in different places. So our task was wrote and develop user-oriented information to our web page. We did it that in 9 different languages. So basically, how to pay social security contributions in Finland, as simple as that. We also developed a practical and free of charge online service focused on social security contributions in Finland. So in practice, employer or worker can check with our webpage or online service whether the contribution should be paid in Finland or abroad. And if in Finland, they can check which contributions they are due to pay. So it's very simple, clear and practical. And we have learned that this basically improves employers' ability to understand and act correctly with the contributions. This also increased transparency and predictability for workers and trust for the system. It reduced fraud and error, delays and repeated inquiries. So for us, this award is the sign that it is recognized that an approach that aims to make cross-border work and its rules clearer, safer, and more predictable is important. We wish actually that other countries or maybe ELA would find our approach interesting and maybe would like to try to make something similar. It's not complicated, it's very simple. I did it myself, part of this. So if you can tap the computer, you can tap the information to your webpage. So as our common aim is and will is to help end users to understand these quite complex cross-border situations and rules to make it easier and to make them easier to act right and to prevent unintentional fraud and error cases. So thank you for this recognition and for the opportunity to share our experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mariana, for sharing this information with us. I would like just to remind all participants that all these good practices are elaborated in a fiche and can be found on the ELA website. There is a good practices page on the ELA website, and more information can be found on these fiches which are published on our website. I will now turn to you, to Denica, and to share with us more information about the self-assessment tool which was launched in Bulgaria in the context of preventing undeclared work. So my question to you, Denica, what has been most effective in building trust and encouraging users to use this self-assessment tool, and whether you have observed any results since the launch of these tools in awareness raising and also the prevention of undeclared work, because the tool is actually done and launched to prevent undeclared work. So please, if you could share this information with us.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, for that question. Before I answer it, I would like just briefly to congratulate the platform about this 10th anniversary and to wish all of you continuous success in promoting fair and decent employment relationships and also strengthening the international cooperation among the European member states. I would also like to thank a lot to the European Labour Authority about this award. This distinction for our tool as an exemplary practice makes us believe that we are in the right way, and it also encouraging us to continue to develop and promote also existing and other new tools that will help the workers to have the right of fair labor mobility. Now, back to your question. What's proven to be most effective about this tool is that it is kept simple and relevant and visible in the certain situations. It also keeping plain and simple language messaging explaining to the users why using such tool is important is the key for building trust among the users. Also, partnerships with trusted intermediaries such as trade unions and social partners, and also other institutions and public authorities helped us a lot to promote this tool and to legitimize it and expand its reach among the target audience. As a result of this, we noticed a big increase in the awareness of what undeclared work means. And also, along with a steady uptake of this self-assessment tool. And in practice, we noticed that using this tool led to more informed decisions taken by the users. Also, it helps to prevent and to identify some future risky situations related to the undeclared work. And also, it helps us through this way to shift into a more formal employment relationships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denitsa. Before I move on to the next question, I would like to mention that this is the second time which Denitsa and the Bulgarian General Labor Inspectorate is receiving the award for a good practices submitted to ELA. So thank you for your interest, and of course keep participating, because through this we are collecting a lot of good practices also which are happening on the ground. So okay, so I will now move on to our third participants. This is a practices that focuses on workforce sustainability and professionalization in the care sector. So Nadesh, the Devi initiative focuses on sustainability in the care sector. In your view, what has been the key factor behind its success, and what elements would be essential to preserve if another country would like to replicate the same system in their own country?
Thank you very much for this invitation. I would like to say it's a great honor to be here today in Cyprus and to receive this recognition. An honor I share with the IPERIA teams and with the social partners who support and carry the personal and household services sector in France. The sector is one of the largest employers in France. 3.4 million employers employ 1.2 million workers, including 550,000 caregivers. These professionals are often invisible, often isolated. They do a demanding job, sometimes in difficult conditions, far from traditional office work. The project called RAVI, which stands for the Relief for Caregivers, is a training and peer exchange program embedded in local territories. RAVI was designed to reach those who are hardest to reach. It plays an active role in helping vulnerable people stay in work in legal employment. But RAVI is not a conventional training program where trainees listen to an expert. And it's my first point. The training format is important. We know that caregivers are often uncomfortable with institutional settings. Some have bad memories of school. More than 30% comes from foreign countries. So if you want to replicate it, you must keep the format participatory, not prescriptive. What sets RAVI apart is that participants are active in shaping their own pathway. If you turn RAVI into a top-down standardized program, you will lose the essential part. My second point is think territorial anchoring. To reach caregiver, you have to go to them in their living place. These workers are employed by private households. Their employers are individuals, not HR managers. It is a rich human relationship, but a complex one. We need local intermediaries. This local network is a backbone of the program. A digital tool alone will not be enough. You need people, structures, and a physical presence in the territory. Third point, don't forget flexibility. The themes of the session are chosen by participants themselves during the first meeting. The place, the day, the context, the content, everything adapts to them. The program does not set the pace. Fourth, Ravi is a gateway to continuous professional development. Ravi is an entry point to a long-term professional development pathway. At the end of each cycle, participants have access to career guidance advisors held in Iberia. They have access to a professional network and can undertake additional training and earn qualifications. Ravi creates momentum. Without this continuity, it may be a pleasant moment for peer exchange, but with no lasting impact on professional trajectories. At least, perhaps the biggest challenge, if another country wanted to replicate Ravi, is to secure sustainable funding. In France, Ravi is financed by a professional branch. In each country, you will need to identify who can play that role: a professional branch, a public authority, a private funding. The answer will be different everywhere, but the question must be answered from the start. In conclusion, the numbers speak for themselves. Between 2021 and 2025, nearly 500 Ravi cycles were delivered across 32 French administrative departments, with more than 2,800 training enrollment. After a Ravi, workers tell us, before, I never talked to anyone about my work. Now I have a network. Ravi tells them, your profession matters, your professional development matters, and and you are not alone. Ravi tells us, I am a useful tool to secure long-term legal employment. Thanks, Hila, for this recognition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadesh, also to you for presenting to us the Ravi initiative. Before we conclude, I would like to open the floor in case there are any comments or questions to our participants. Please raise your hands. No, it does not seem to be the case. So we can then proceed to the concluding remarks. So thank you very much again to the five of you, Tommy, Fernando, Denitsa, Nadesh, and Mariana. So today's discussion has shown the diversity and the quality of innovative solutions being developed across Europe, from digital tools and simulators to preventive self-assessment tools and on-the-ground outreach to professional networks in the care sector. These practices take different forms and operate in different contexts. Yet they share a common objective, that of safeguarding fair labor mobility and to make the rights and obligations clear, more accessible, and easier to apply in practice. They also remind us that effective compliance is built not only through enforcement, but through clarity, accessibility, trust, and cooperation. All of these practices and many more, as I just said earlier, are available on our website, including through the creation now of an interactive map where you can hover on the map and find the good practices according to the country that submitted it. Also, the 2026 call for good practices, so this year's good practices call, is now open, and I encourage those of you who are interested to contribute and share it within your networks. With that, I would like to warmly thank again our panelists and to all of you for contributing to this exchange. And now I hand the floor back to Pia for the award ceremony together with our director, Cosmin Boyanju.
Thank you, Malcolm. We will now distribute the awards for this year's winners. So I would like to first ask Tommy Jonsson from Sweden. The next award winner, Fernando Moreira from Portugal. And the colleagues also, please come. Mhm. Thank you. And now we invite Denica Nikolova from Bulgaria. Please come up. And the next one is Nadej Turko. S'il vous plaît. And finally, we invite Mariana Lundqvist from Finland. Welcome. So, congratulations. Yes. We would take the family photo of the award winners. You can. So congratulations once again for all award winners. Your inspiring work shows what can be achieved through commitment, cooperation, and practical action. Now we are approaching, thank you very much. And now we are approaching to the end of the program. And we will hear the closing remarks of Andis Apostolou, Director of Labor Relations, Ministry of Labor and Social Insurance of Cyprus, and also the head of the Centralized Labor Inspectorate of Cyprus. Please join me welcoming Andis to the stage.
Sorry. Again, a warm welcome to all of you to Cyprus. I hope further to a productive meeting that you have a pleasant stay in Cyprus. Dear Executive Director of ELA and dear colleagues, we are celebrating 10 years of European undeclared work platform. What we have gained, some of us have lost during these 10 years here, but we gain much of knowledge. But seriously, I keep saying that European platform and on a later stage, ELA are is one of the best initiatives that the EU took during the last 20 years regarding labor issues and labor initiatives. I'm not going to say again what we have achieved during these 10 years. All the colleagues that previously spoken since the morning have all touched all the points that need to be stressed for the European platform. I will just use some of these points to point the past and then the future. Colleague from Portugal said that we haven't invented anything extraordinary, and this is correct. Bart said that what we have achieved in the European platform is the holistic approach, is how to use teamwork. Pavi mentioned about reinforce and working together, and all these are actually things that happen, and we don't just mention these things, we feel these things. I'm sure most of you, we are together during the last 10 years. I remember the first meetings of the platform that we weren't sure if this initiative was going to succeed. We were just afraid to open up and keep our thoughts for ourselves and maybe express some of and exchange ideas with one or two other colleagues. But after the first meetings and with the help of the European Commission, we managed to come together, the exchange of good practices, the exchange of visits of inspectors, the these initiatives that we offered to our inspectors to meet their colleagues and change ideas and good practices helped all of our inspectors, all of our countries to achieve good results regarding tackling undeclared work. The figures are there. In 2016, more or less, most of the countries were experiencing 15% of undeclared work, and then we managed to reduce these numbers. What we are now mature, and other colleagues mentioned this, that I think it's Alexandra, I'm not sure, said that, okay, now we are not the baby that was born, we have to move on. Yes, that's right, but we don't need to run. I mean, now we are more relaxed, now we are more experienced, we know what we have to do. The cooperation is there, that is the crucial point that we have to keep. And so the future, again, the colleagues that spoke about the future said it all. The need, the Deputy Minister of Greece said this morning that need of information exchange, and 2-3 other colleagues. But again, is something that I feel that express all of us, that yes, we need to move to the next step, how we use the information through sophisticated information systems to exchange information and among our inspectors, among our inspectors. Coordinated joint inspections. This is another initiative that ELA has helped to increase our capacity. This is something that again need to be kept, but also to proceed to the next level. I mean, we saw from the last meeting at ELA that there is a need for more and more inspectors to use these initiatives. This is something that, okay, the majority is using, but it's something that we need to take advantage of. And that as long as the budget of ELA allows these joint initiatives, we have to proceed with it. The cooperation among the different departments and agencies in our countries is again something that ELA and the platform has managed to succeed, because members of mainly the platform at the beginning, we weren't just people coming from Ministry of Labor. There are colleagues from Ministry of Finance, from tax authorities. So this help us to understand how a colleague from tax thinks about undeclared and illegal work, and how an inspector from the Ministry of Labor thinks about it, and how a colleague from Social Security Fund, when there is no income to the fund, how we think. So this bring together to the European platform, help us as members of the platform to come back to our countries. And fortunately, again, this is another thing that happened during these last 10 years. The majority of us managed to proceed to managerial positions. I mean, for the members of the European platform, and this spirit of cooperation help us to spread the spirit to our inspectorate. So I will again just mention something else that was referred this morning. Bart told me years ago, you need to point to your politicians, to your ministers, what is the income when you manage to tackle undeclared work, and what is the loss if you don't manage to do, and what will be the result and the income if they give you 1 million or 2 million. Another colleague this morning said, speak to your Minister of Finance. Yes, that's right. This is something that we are all experiencing. But I think that during these last years, more and more ministers of finance realize the need to safeguard the different pension funds and the social security funds, and that's why we see initiatives that are on the direct way. So I'm closing by once again say that it was a great pleasure, and thanks to ELA to organize this event here in Cyprus. Again, I warmly welcome you, and I hope that the future years of the European platform and ELA will be again successful and positive for the benefit of the citizens of our nations. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Andis, for those reflections. Now we have almost reached the end of this conference, and I have the pleasure to invite Cosmin Boiangiu to give his closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, dear colleagues, partners, friends of ELA, of the European platform tackling undeclared work, we have indeed reached the end of a long day, but very full of substantive discussions. And
it comes to me to try to wrap up, but also summarize this day. And what stands out most is that it was not just an anniversary conference, it was rather a clear snapshot of where we stand in Europe when it comes to declared work and about the steps still needed to make our labor markets genuinely fair. We began this morning with a simple idea, and it's the idea that also um, stood at the basis of the platform and also at the basis of ELA, that declared work is about fairness and labor mobility is about fairness. As our discussions unfolded, it became clear that it is also about credibility of our labor markets, about trust in our institutions, about fair competition, and ultimately about dignity for every worker in Europe. These are not abstract principles, they are reflected in everyday realities of people whose work is not fully recognized, not fully protected, and not always fairly rewarded. In our first panel, under the guidance of Professor Joanna Horodnik, we explored declared work as a gateway to fair labor mobility and quality jobs. A clear message emerged: mobility without transparency is fragile, and mobility without fairness is unsustainable. When work is properly declared, rights travel with the worker. But when it is not, vulnerabilities appear and they are quickly exploited. We heard rich and complementary perspectives from the speakers, and despite their different roles and perspectives, there was a shared conclusion. Declared work is not a technical detail, is a foundation of a well-functioning European labor market. And we're happy that we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the European platform tackling undeclared work with this ELA conference. And this reminded me and us how far we have come. What we mark today was not just a milestone in time, but the development of a genuine European network of practitioners built on cooperation, trust, and practical results. In our second panel, moderated by Krzysztof Bandasz, this evolution became very clear through the contributions. The reflections showed how cooperation has moved beyond exchange towards concrete action and measurable impact, helping member states strengthen their approaches and learn from one another in meaningful ways. In the third panel, moderated by Jan Drahokupil, we moved even closer to operational reality. The discussion highlighted concrete practices in enforcement, cooperation, and capacity building. It showed that tackling undeclared work is not only about designing policies, but about implementing them effectively through inspections, cross-border collaboration, smarter use of data, and stronger institutional capacity. Furthermore, the ELA Good Practices Awards ceremony captured this spirit perfectly. The award-winning examples of good practices demonstrate that solutions already exist, that progress is possible, and that success can be shared. This is one of the greatest strengths of this community, not only identifying challenges, but also spreading what works and adapting it through different contexts. So if we take a step back and reflect on today's discussions, three messages stand out clearly. First, cooperation is no longer optional. Undeclared work does not stop at borders, and neither can enforcement or cooperation. Second, enforcement alone is not enough. It must go hand in hand with prevention, awareness, and making compliance easier and more attractive. And third, and most importantly, we must keep our focus on people. Behind every case of undeclared work or underdeclared work, there is a worker whose rights are not fully protected and a business that may be competing under unfair conditions. So allow me to add that ELA stands ready to translate these messages into concrete activities when implementing its current or future and revised, hopefully reinforced mandate. As we close today, we are not closing a discussion, but opening the next step. Tomorrow, we will continue with the 20th plenary meeting of the European Platform Tackling Undeclared Work, focusing on how to turn today's reflections into concrete actions, stronger cooperation,
and more effective tools. Because in the end, success will not be measured by what we say here. We always said that ELA aims to be a very practical organization. So we stand by this motto, not a blah blah institution, but why, what changes in practice, and whether more work is declared, more workers are protected and more businesses are able to compete fairly. So let me close by expressing my sincere hosts to our Cypriot authorities and Cypriot hosts, to all the speakers and moderators, and to all of you for your active engagement. And I hope to see you all at the gala dinner tonight at 8, and look forward, of course, to continuing our work starting from tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cosmin. So we have come to the end, and as I join Cosmin's remarks and wish you all happy anniversary of the platform. Indeed, there will be a gala dinner. It will take place in the Thalassa restaurant, at the Golden Bay Hotel, so here. It starts at 8 o'clock. We are a bit late, but I hope you still have time to have a little bit of relax and refreshments. But at 8 o'clock, we will see you at the restaurant. Thank you, everyone, for participating today, all the speakers, panelists, moderators, all the participants here in Larnaca and online. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice evening.